All right. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, y'all? Yeah, this is another Sunday Madness. This is gonna be number 3. Hope y'all had a good week last week. Let's get started. So it's a lot of drama about people saying hoes is not winning and winning. We're gonna discuss that today. It's one of those discussions that I've seen. I think Ramil is still on the warpath, right? Still on the warpath. I've seen a lot of streams that are anti hose is not winning, which is kind of silly in so many words. But like I said, and I said before again, these niggas is just pathetic. And the reason why they're winning is the way these dudes act. And you got all these pygmies co-signing this shit, which is crazy to me. But that's a whole nother topic on them. They're irrelevant to me. But yeah, I stand on the side with Logic Sphere and everybody else. They are winning. And a lot of people don't like that because they are telling the truth. You see it on the internet and everything else. I ain't got no problem with them or anything. It's just, well, let's state that fact. Men divided a lot of things, and then they try to say, oh, this is not masculine. I'm like, y'all don't even know what a masculine man is. Know your fucking place. Okay. First of all, if y'all think they winning, show me where they are. I mean, I'll say this: if they're not winning, show me where they are. They're not winning. I yet to say. I had to rephrase that for a minute. Show me if they're not winning. If they're not winning, how come they always have a place to stay and sleep? I mean, I did agree with what Ramil was saying in that stream, and I knew he was on the warpath with Danikas. That's what this is about. I think this whole thing was about her, and the way he went at her, he's attacking the obvious, and they don't like hearing that. It's the talking points from 2.0, and that's what I've learned to understand and see. Because you got dudes and individuals thinking what's going to happen in the future, but people are tired of the fucking talking points. They really are. They're so fucking tired that it's gotten so pathetic at this point that you got to look at it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? And shouts out to the guys that do the streams, Ramil and toxicity, and they on the warpath, man. Just the knockout these talking was shame and blaming and explaining is no excuse to get the way forward. We got to stop doing that because every time they're on panels, a lot of people can disagree with her. They can go to hell if they disagree with me on this topic. I'm just saying, I stand with those that are consistent. What they're saying, they can take it or leave it alone. I'm on that type of time. I mean, last night proves where I stand at. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to piss people off. It's just the truth. I know people don't like it, but that's okay. Like, I give a shit. This is where I'm at with it. So, in so many words, this feud going on. This ain't no beef or anything. It's just my observation what's going on. A lot of people are so angry about when we saying they are winning. Technically, they win in lots of different ways. So I'm not really worried about it. And then, people saying they opting out and things is going, but talk about talking points and all that. Oh, who cares? But yeah, man, it's just like it's been a while last week, and I know people's coming throwing shots at me, whatever, and things like that. So I'm not gonna stop. I'm just gonna keep going. And it is what it is. In so many words, I think people take offense when we say they are winning and things like that. And we just keep it real. We just keep it real over here. And the way we keep it real is by acknowledging the fact that they do win and things in many areas. Because where we lack at is accountability. Most men need to take accountability and stop blaming and shaming. I'll say shaming and blaming and explaining. Shouts out to the Logic Sphere again for that quotation mark. We on that type of time, man. You can't be blaming hoes for your problems. And if you like them already, and I see a total lot in this space. That's what they professed it last year. And I witnessed this last year. I've been saying it to certain circles last year, and people just came at me sideways about it. And I'm starting seeing it now, and I'm glad the message is being clear. But I predicted this was going to happen this summer. What he was going to do to them niggas, man. Once he start flipping on you niggas, I did recent streams about what was going to happen. Niggas that still didn't listen, and they had problems. So it's just obvious that people are going to side with the obvious. It's not a bad thing. It's just what it is. I mean, if you're going to side with it, just be about it. So I'm not surprised what people are doing, and they're going to choose the side. It's the obvious, right? And I'm not really mad what is going on, and it's having a ripple effect. You got a lot of people jumping ship, taking notes, taking names, taking damages. But I'm just saying, like, we got to look at the big picture right here. I know people are stressed out and worried about, the breakdown and things like that. They talking about it and all that stuff. I did saw some Aaron Fountain videos. I think I posted on Discord. We're going to save that after the purge. But I will say he had some entertaining shit and information about certain people that went against Tassir and Ramil. See, Tassir Real is not joking. This is a logic here. This is the real thing. That's going to be the next storm, and you got to come with the talking points, and you start smashing the space up. It is pretty cool because I co-signed it all the way. Shouts out to those, man. Like, yeah, just keep banging on the drum because a lot of these dudes that want hoes all day is proving their points. And going after Danica Marie, man, that's huge. A lot of people can't stand her content. I know, and I'm not a big fan of hers either. I mean, I watched some of it before. It's just obvious what she does. I know people's gonna hate. That's part of the game. They're gonna hate regardless. Like, I give a shit what people think. Because last Friday from Saturday morning, I mean, yeah, we was petty, and I saw a restream of myself, how I sounded and things like that. And yeah, I was a little petty because there was a certain individual, a troll, that's about to be eliminated next week. So he'll be out of circulation for us. We ain't gonna be fooling with niggas like that again. And he's gonna be taken care of next week. I mean, this week. Because what I'm focusing on is me right now in this content that I'll deliver y'all in discussions. But we will talk about Libertarian Part 2 and like what I discussed. And I will play that stream that I did with the information about that Libertarian Party and the racism. I got links to back it up, what I'm saying. And we're going to talk about the geo-libertarianism and the libertarian conservatism and add our points to it, right? We're going to keep it firm with the information that I'm going to drop, and just drop some little knowledge on you about that ideology. But the next Wednesday we're going to talk about political systems. We'll talk about capitalism, communism, socialism, and we're going to talk about anarchism because it's connected to the libertarianism series of political exercise. So again, what I'm saying is, in so many words, I'm enjoying this because I feel like during this new time with this stream, we're going to go with the 2:45 p.m. Eastern time, because normally it's 3 o'clock Sunday. Like, I started with this, but I decided to do 2:45 because I did it on the second time when I got a large views on that one. But this one, I'm going to go 2:45. That's the standard time I'm going to use. And for now on, I'm just going to be like, that's going to be it for Sunday, because since it's going to be fall and winter, and this may be the standard for every Sunday that I'm going to do streams. But yeah, and people's distracted about who's winning and not winning on the host side. But technically they're winning because we're so distracted and people love us so much. We're just banging the drum, you know what I mean? Because that political system we're going to talk about next Wednesday, it's going to be important. It's a combination. We're just going to call the stream political systems. I'm going to use the philosophy thing. We're going to talk a little bit of research. It's going to be randomized, but we're going to expound on what we said in those streams. It's got a little history behind it, and we're going to just make sure, what do they benefit us as a people? We're going to say that. I might title that something different, or come up with a new phrase in and it's an idea and things like that. But I will do the Thursday Thrills number 10. It's gonna be a big one. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about this Thursday, but it's gonna be one of the ages, and that will extend until I'll have time. I do the Thursday talks all the time. I always do Thursday streams. It makes more sense to me to do them. You know what I mean? And I do them so much, it just brings the velocity out of it. You know what I mean? The validity of what we're doing. So yeah, I love these talks. But some people like doing it in the days and like that. But sometimes I don't do them. I just do night streams and just carry over. But this one I'll do the afternoons more often. And it's Sunday afternoons. I mean, I hope y'all had a good Sunday or whatever. I mean, it's 2:56 right now, Eastern time, almost 3. So yeah, I'm here and we're talking about a lot of things. What's going on? People's focus on the harlots right now, the hoes, or just be more productive. Because what we discussed, I think the last stream, we build off something. We talked off air where the standards of where YouTube is going and the co-ed stuff. I talked about that in every stream, right? Most co-ed streams can be good, but a lot of times it can be bad. You could be a one-man show. Everybody's done it. You got a full panel of people, men and women. It's not that much you can do on the stream. As long as the topic stays above board, you be all right. You know, I mean, shouts out to people that streamed yesterday. And it's just, it wasn't that much. I didn't see the For Record TV. I guess they took a break. So, you know, they might do one, whatever. But this one is going to be up. I'll make sure it keeps up. And I'll open it up until the hour mark. And that's just it. So, and, you know, and that's just what it is. He said, what's going on, engineering? Okay, I'm sad no one is talking of real issues affecting Black men. The virus variant, high unemployment for Black men, and real inflation and high homelessness. Yeah. The reason they're distracted by bullshit right now. I don't talk about the virus variant. The reason I don't is just what it is. I'm not going to argue nobody about the COVID shit, because I ain't trying to get nuked out here. You know, that's one reason. I don't give a fuck about Patreon. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Nah, it's a dead argument. Like, I've heard that all last year when it got the politics part of it. That I will not discuss. They can have that. But the high unemployment, you already know what it is. It's the system. And sometimes some people chose the military route. I think I said this to you before on the vlog stream. I said, one of the reasons I say that, that's like the only option, but you have other options, create your job. I mean, some people do podcasts and they do this, talk about real issues and things like that. But as men, we got to own up our own dereliction. That's the number one key to get on unemployment. But we got to be assertive enough to want that. Because 9 out of 10, we don't give a damn about ourselves. So a lot of it's internal, man. A lot of it's not external. We could just do this and just start building off of it. And then real inflation, you already know. That's banking money. I don't get me started about inflation. Inflation to me ain't nothing. I've seen countries have worse inflation and then they bounce back and they cheat their way. It's just like, economics to me is irrelevant. Like, niggas don't want to do shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Fuck economics. Economics to me is secondary, because see, I hate to say I'm more liberal on it. I'm not conservative on it. So that's the problem. We can't worry about that if we don't have a protection of a military structure. Once we have that, then it balances itself out. Some people want it conservative, which is not realistic. As a Black man, you should never be conservative in today's society. It's really stupid, to be honest with you. That's why I don't co-sign this shit, because you're really liberal on the military aspect. I ain't saying you particular. I'm just saying a lot of brothers need to get off that shit, man. And focus on the homelessness. Like, that is a real issue. You want to get rid of homelessness? Well, have brothers that have that mind to fix it. Same with the military that's homeless, like the Marines and things like that. That needs to be addressed. That's going to be some laws written, I think, for Congress. The president ain't going to help us do shit. It's going to be one of a group thing for us to get, you know, internal. Once he gets his mind right, he'll get out to the next level. But to be fair, I would love to see the homelessness to be addressed. The unemployment, that could be fixed. Create your own jobs, whatever. And then here's the thing, the military, and do options if you want to be a part of that. Just get the money and get out. And some people just want to stay there as a career. It's a lot of careers you can do. The inflation part, niggas don't want to talk about that, and they don't want to talk about the virus variant because number one, I don't care about neither one. That's been discussed last year. To me, that's irrelevant to me because niggas is one sided. I'm done talking about that shit. I tried that in the cat room because they're so dumb here, and that goes for all of you too. That's just how they are, bro. That's why I don't waste arguments. It's not a real topic. It's a joke. People need to do research and understand that most people don't really care. Like they really don't care. They really care about themselves. And I understand black men, yeah, we are our own problem, but we got to fix ourselves internally, not externally. That what you're talking about with inflation, that's external. Virus variant, that's I would say internal, but it's also external too. I don't really care for that. That's just something I try to discuss with people, and they're gonna be one sided. I'm not gonna argue with nobody about the facts. They're just gonna be biased as hell and be coon as hell. I ain't got time for that bullshit. I just cut you off and just get the fuck out of my face. If you're not talking about homelessness, high unemployment, that's the most important. But the key thing is you got to think internally what you did yourself spiritually, how you got that place. Then we're gonna help you out internally, and then externally, it just comes naturally to you. But yeah, man, that's one thing I try to look at is those two things right there. Them other two things, that's up to you if you want that. I mean, people talk about inflation, all that stuff. That's external to me. The virus is external. I don't see it as internal. People worry about the external things. That's not the issue. It will never be the issue. The issue is internal. It's how you get your mind right every day, how you dealing with it, how you put yourself in that position, and stop worrying about these fucking hoes, man. That's y'all's damn problem. That's why people say the hoes is winning, because you lack the ability of power and leadership. It's leadership. I talked about this on the panel with Cerulean. He said, if you don't have no fucking leadership, how you going to lead people to the next level? You know what I mean? Leadership matters in any situation. When you have real leadership, people going to listen to you. You know what I'm saying? But you got to show it. It's like internally, you got to show it, but you also got to externally show your results and things like that. I've done it on the job once, but on here, this is like a hobby for me. But, you know, I talk about other things besides that. But, you know, money is just one thing. You have the discipline to survive other people, because sometimes you get distracted with the glitz and glamour and things, right? Like people talk about the hoes is winning and hoes is not winning. You know, it's a silly conversation, but in reality, they are winning. And to be quite frank, the madams are winning. They don't want me to say that. See, that's how I really feel about it. And I kind of stopped talking about it because I said that stuff months ago when people was on different topics and talking about crypto and things like that. You know, you got a lot of hustle out here. So, yeah, I mean, inflation is an issue, but most people don't want to fix it because most people are too arrogant and stubborn and just not want to fix it. It's a lot of holes in this country, too, and the rest of the world. They ain't gonna talk about that. But like I said, homelessness can be fixed if you give them the right proper jobs and skills, but it's really internal. It's an internal fight. It's a day-to-day, and dereliction is day-to-day. And I did a stream on it, and it really matters. It's a day-to-day fight. And I still believe that. At first, it took me a minute when he said that. When I did it to myself, I said, yeah, it's a day-to-day fight. You got to understand that things happen for a reason. And then he said, what else you say? High unemployment. That's part of homelessness as well. You should put them together. That's kind of internal as well. The trick with unemployment is, you know, the system is designed what jobs you're trying to pick. Now, college is the problem right there. I would say college education is good to get it, but it's not a career changer. That's why I tell them go to trade school. Trade school is the answer to that. You won't be in unemployment if you're in college, because college right there just destroys everything in your well-being. See, when people talk about college, that's why a lot of people end up being homeless with master degrees, bachelors, you name it. It's just, I see it all the time in Georgia. Actually, in the East Atlanta area years ago. I mean, you have a homeless problem in the Atlanta area, but outside of that, you know, I don't live in Atlanta no more. I live in Cobb County. But I'm just saying, it's very, very good to understand people. And you got to get around the right type of people. You be in living situations that work. Some people just don't want to admit that they're wrong in these spaces. There's a lot of other areas you can fix. They always want to be right all the time. Just like you see the argument, the hoes is winning and not winning. The ones that say they're not winning, they think they're right, but reality they're really wrong, because you could be wrong on that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to look at the situation of the world. That's not real life. Technically, they're winning in other areas in the system, yes, but there's a hypocrisy. They're trying to say they're not winning, but no, they win in other areas. You just don't realize that's just part of the whole spiel of the things. But it's about young versus old. I might do a series on the young versus old, talking about that, and a lot of people don't want to hear the old talking points, and a lot of people have their own narrative of their new talking points. It's gonna be like that. I might bring a series on Tuesday and might do a stream on that and explain why it's a big problem. That may be a Tuesday stream, a discussion, because I can expound on what do y'all mean by that, and that's the problem. But that's just how it is, man. And yeah, you just look at it for what it is. And like I said, you have many problems in the world, man. Some people just don't want to be seen and be heard, and that's just how you got to have it. And I'm just like, yeah. But the thing I like to say is, men, we should focus on ourselves more than ever, because nobody's not gonna help out of this mess. I think this pandemic tried everybody. I think it tried me last year, because I'm glad I'm doing streams like the historical stuff and the political stuff and the esoteric stuff. I've done these for years. I talk about real things and little history there and there on my channel, but I'm glad I came back doing content like this. Open discussion, you talk about various things, talk about life, man stuff, and that's it. Relationship stuff is just like, it's redundant. Everybody's one-sided. They're gonna pick a side, like, oh, you choose me because I'm a woman, man, and this, it's silly shit, man. What's going on, DS1? Salute. But it's just like this. The real issue is, internally we got to be right first before we go out there and expand what we want to do, because externally it'll come. You just got to do the right things which you do externally, because internally it matters. The spiritual stuff does matter. A lot of people is not spiritual. I've noticed in these spaces you can't even speak about the scriptures. You can't even speak about the right types to help people. It's really simple. A lot of people so focused on the frivolous of the external and talk about economics too much, but really not happy in their own situation. Because economics, that takes time. Sometimes a systematic change, and then it's us to change the systematic change that we need. Because I believe if we do right with ourselves and stop blaming the females all day, and a lot of people try to say that's like when they'll try to represent, oh, the hoes is winning if you blame the females. That's not true. Blaming females is the ones you're trying to say they're not winning. Technically, you're saying they're not winning, but you're still blaming them. That's an oxymoron right there. Now, both sides can be wrong, but I say that point right there, you're trying to say they're not winning based off your actions. You just don't want to tell the truth. They are, but you co-signed the stuff before you said they were not winning. So it's a lot of hypocrisy. That's why a lot of people challenge y'all's views. And what I've noticed in these spaces, they don't give a damn. Everybody wants to be right. Really, they're not. It's just you take that, you got to run with it. I see a lot of silly ass streams talking about Renner and suspect Samuels. It's ridiculous. There's more bigger fish than fry. Who cares about both of them? I say fuck both of them because they're irrelevant. That's what's hurting us as a collective. As Black people, we should focus on real things like the homelessness. I will say the what do you say? Homelessness and unemployment. Those are the most two important things. Now, the part he says, I will say what's going on in salute. The inflation goes hand in hand. I know it's a real problem, but I think inflation that takes like an economist, you can do that. Like, to me, I don't really talk about inflation that much. That's just the country that's going to be. Yes, it's going to be bad and everything else, but that's America. You got to deal with the bad all the time. But you got to be strategic, man. They being Dre talked about this a lot. And the problem I have with individuals focus on the wrong things, and I understand it's for drama and views and clicks and whatever. It just shows me that people love to get distracted and they got too much time on the ends. But me, I'm just going to come this week, just come with that fire and say, hey, this is what we're going to be on. And we're going to focus. And I'm glad I changed the time to 2:45 because it makes sense for me to do it because nobody streams Sunday like that. So I got to stick with it and just say, hey, this is going to be it. You know what I mean? But, economics is going to be economics because, it's up and down. Some people can take it, some don't. But I don't even trust Biden. He ain't going to last but like probably the 4th year, and that's it. You know what I mean? He said, what's going on, Lisa? Can you contact all the brothers who came on BAT's panel to check him out today, early this morning? I was looking for those I remember seeing, but you all were offline. Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, the brothers who came on BAT's panels to check on him today, early this morning. I was looking at those I remember seeing. I have no idea. I usually be at I don't have his contact information or anything. I mean, he comes around, but I usually be at I'll be at other places. I don't usually be on here as much. But yeah, I was too busy, analyzing and doing things like right now. But yeah, I was just being busy. Yeah, I didn't know what he had at his panels because normally I don't be on his streams like that. You know what I mean? Because I'll be looking at other stuff. But busy with mines. So yeah, but shouts out to BMT. Hope he's all right. But I mean, he did a stream with Mahogany. He's okay. Where was an incident with the job he done, and I think I heard he was sprayed with some beard spray that affect his breath very badly. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Hope he's all right. You know what I mean? But but I knew this was coming. He had an urgent matter one time with some white boys and threatened his kids. I was at his stream and, it's a quick little story of the stream and hope he's all right. I wasn't there and I don't know the situation, but hope he's all right. May y'all protect him and he'll be all right. Heavenly Father, Most High, protect him. He don't have to be in that situation again. But yeah, man, it's been a wild week. This whole case with Ahmaud Arbery is intensifying and things like that. So I think people should worry what's going on. And I'm just saying, like this stuff is so surreal out here. Thanks taken. Probably the best thanks taken I've ever seen in my life. I was over at Cane's and they was talking about real stuff, but you have an incelian problem. I talked about that last Friday, this past Friday. Real problem. It's gonna be handled. And I'm glad I got the information from, I think, Dre and Cerulean about that. It's not good. And then they're all over at TikTok. So that means I'm not going to be a TikTok person. Yeah. YouTube took the chat away. He said, I hate the fact. Okay, Lisa Askew said, I hate the fact that YouTube took the chat away. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But you know what I'm saying? That's just one of the reasons, where we're having this situation, we'll see what's going on. I am listening. But as I was saying about the incelian problem, you have a lot of them in the spaces of, I would say, modern day manosphere. I'll say black and white, but the white manosphere, I call them mainstream manosphere. I never call them white. It's nothing white about them fools. They got niggas over there too. They act like coons over there that support Trump. It's always something. Neither side is perfect, right? But you do have an infestation in cells. What creates them? You got a lot of vote cells create them. And a lot of these dudes hate women all day, but it's programmed. A lot of them was bred by, I will say, hated women that hate men or the system, whatever. and they have this fairy tale mindset, and a lot of what breeds them online is the hatred of it, and then the sexual market and all that stuff. But I ain't gonna get into that, what bred them, but they've been around for years. They're a bunch of losers and try to destroy and dismantle. But my thing with them is like, it's been a problem. I think Wacky said this last year, and I'm glad I saw that stream um, the other night and this morning. And what he said was very factual, but I think Dre broke it down to me years ago from 18. They've been saying this since 2018 and prior. It's actually, to me, kind of started in 2015. It was just a small minute of them. Then you see it in space and they turn to vote sales, but their followers are incels. It's sad. You see it in every chat, but I ain't gonna name no names. I just seen a lot of it lately. And they try to merge all that to the black sector of YouTube, right? But it's not really the black sector, it's all sectors of YouTube, and they everywhere. It's ridiculous. You can tell by the memes, the avatars, the trolling, and all that. It's just real sad. But now they're on TikTok and the MGTOW shit. See, the MGTOW had TikTok shaking their hands as being weak, but then you got fucking incels invading it. Whew, man, it's not good. But that's the Elliot Roger effect. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's going on, Absalon? Salute, man, salute. But that's the whole point. Like I talked about it last Friday, and I felt like this is going to be a problem. And I want to expound on it more what I said last Friday. Last Friday, I meant what I said. Okay, they do exist. They will be purged out. I will say this coming up next month, this week, and the next month after. So this is a clean sweep, and I think YouTube is trying to cleanse it, right? Which they ain't gonna do. It's a combination of help, and that's a problem. When you look at incelian problem, it's an ongoing fight. Like I said, the dereliction is a day-to-day fight. Some people don't want to acknowledge they got that problem. I think Oblivion/Obsidian left this post and mess it up for everybody. Because I feel like when you actually do notice, they're in every spaces. I had a troll when I saw that replay of that stream I did, and it was like, what, 10 hours? Trying to correct me about a certain individual I have problems with, right? That dude's a clown. Like, see that right there, I don't want that in my chat room. Now, I understand he's allowed, he has a right to do what he do, but dude, I'm not gonna listen to you. Nobody. Get some content, man. Like, a lot of you dudes, it's not the trolls, it's the incels getting content. And I accidentally subscribed to one of them that was in this chat. Ain't talking about nothing. They're not black pill, they really blue pilled, you ask me. Defeatist attitude. What I saw over at Kuda's the other Thursday, I kind of blame Kuda for that stream. He shouldn't have streamed, he should chill with his family. But I know Kuda has a habit. He does things out of timeless effort. But JMO fucked up the vibe. Thanks taken. And like that stream. And he fucked it up for everybody. So, you know, we try to calm him down. But that's one weirdo I will not have on the panel. Y'all best believe I don't want your punk ass on the panel. You're the reason why we got a lot of you in these spaces like that. And y'all need to go. Have your own community, whatever. It's that defeatist shit. I'm not with that bullshit. That's what happened to that guy that was red pilled and killed himself. Rest in peace to him. It's just pathetic, man. You don't want that. You don't want to be a defeatist fool, man. That's how they win. That's how they win. That's how the opposite sex win. Like Ramil and Toxicity saying, yeah, you want to be defeatist over something small. Something wrong with you. That's why the concept of saying they're not winning does not work. You're not helping them. Next thing you know, it's going to be a problem. And I'm glad I side with people that have enough sense to know it's a problem. And I think Wacky was talking about this, and it was the downfall of the space. And yes, it's the downfall. If they keep this up, you're hurting other individuals. They're too young to do. So what's going on, T-Church? Yeah. Yeah. The true force loneliness disorder. That's the fucking problem you got. You always going to have that problem. If we don't address that, that's how the opposite people will win. Opposite sex. And that's why I see these conversations, they focus on the woman, but no, the real problem is us. We have a problem. and it has to be addressed. That meetup they're doing, that fake meetup by Nate and them, is dividing people every day. What's going on, 1G? Salute. It's just you got too many problems in the sphere like that. You're going to have to look at the issues, what's happening. I said this, I think, last Friday, and I talked about it, and I told this to DeAndre, man, this is a huge problem, man. Y'all show me these reports on the back end, and like, man, I have to check one of those videos out what Vice did, man. You know, what's going on, the Bishop, salute. And this is a big problem, you know, and to move forward, we got to look at ourselves too, because I'm not gonna blame women 24/7. Okay. If they welcome to come, they come. You know what I mean? Because I've got to the point last year, I'm okay with it. I understand the standard, but then you got one woman that doesn't want to cam up. We don't know what that thing is. I'm very curious what the future of these spaces is going to do. And it's not just toning the rhetoric, it's understanding what you're saying. You know what I mean? Because rhetoric will be toned down. Yeah. But I think the lid is off, and I think our problem needs to be addressed. So once we get there, we're going to be all right. And I think one thing I could say about the incelian problem, everybody's seeing it for what it is. And who's going to defend that? Not that many people. So when I look at it like that, I'm like, this is going to be something we're going to have to look at. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. And that's why I'm not really shocked about what's going on. And when Wacky broke that down, I said, you know what? This is a real problem. And I think this is going to remain a problem until we get our minds right and avoid some things like this. And that's why I don't be over at Bernie Povich's streams like that and talking about other things and talking about Asian consent, talking about weird stuff like that and robotic stuff. You got to look at yourself, man, because the whole picture of what's going on, man, this is not something you want on your resume. So the incelian behavior is just bad. I know people love it and they co-sign it. I know it's great to y'all, but in reality, it's silly. You know, you got to look at people for what it is, man. You got to look at people for what it is. It's not something I would take seriously, but you know what I'm saying? And that's just how people, you know, look at it. But I don't care about these hoes online or whatever, because it's going to perpetuate more inceldom. You know, you trying to kill what needs to be killed off. But, you know, but the young boys don't have to see us arguing with frivolous things online, like I would say hoes on here, whoever. That's not the future that we need, because we need structure, man. Like, structure is the key. You have that standard, you have that build, and you got to remain focused, man. Because one thing I can say about me and this channel, I try to steer that right direction. And I know I have different topics I talk about, but you know, you got to be the bad guy, be antagonistic. What the talking points is going to be, because you got dudes saying that if they're not winning, what is their solution to saying they're not winning? You know, like you got the incelian problem. You got people that want to kill our boys. You got people that's making terroristic threats on other races. I mean, the Ahmaud Arbery proves it. Black men is being destroyed left and right. This is not something we can sit by idly by and just look at it. That's going to be an issue. But you got somebody from UK trying to tell us what our community is, and ain't never been over here. The only person I know respecting the UK, that female, she got my respect. She comes up and been over here a couple times, unlike the other one. Y'all know who I'm talking about. She has no right to speak on those issues. She'll be destroyed on every point there is. When she comes over here, she getting guillotined, period. I ain't tolerate that nonsense. Some people say they're not winning, they're cowards. They're not about helping the young men. They're not helping societies to build nothing. They're the same dudes and whoever co-sign the madness. And then you wonder why we ain't going forward in the future. This is why you have an incelian problem with that rhetoric. That's what breeds them. Now we could say they win and that creates them. That's not true. If they're winning and you embrace the fact that they win in other areas. You have to understand you should not feel no way about it. As a man, you should be on top of who you are as a person. That's the key. You want to defeat this by not reacting to their nonsense. It's just like on panels. I'll give you an example. Never argue with them on panels about any issues like these. You just leave the conversation and you kill it. Because what that does, you're teaching the younger men don't get in conflict with them. Because they'll be the ones, I'm gonna be like, okay, this is gonna be it, and that's final. But I know where they stand. You know, they know and we know it's going to be a problem in the future, because what I'm seeing, these young boys that have the incelian behavior, they're like usually younger than I am and in their teens. It's bad. And I see it a lot that watch this content that got derailed over the years. You notice something, there's a violent pattern. The mass shootings, the shooters, we call them school shooters, right? Those school shooters and mass shooters, they act like this way. And that's why they exist. And when I saw that, when I used to work 2 years ago or years prior, I want to say 2 years ago prior, so some years ago when I left that job, I learned a lot of people were broken. But when they saw people shooting in Vegas and all that, that's that rage. You know, yeah, they sexually deprived, some of them are and some ain't. They just do it for the hell of it. But you got a lot of dangerous males out here that we got to confront, black and white. But really, it's the black men that think like that as well. And I saw clips in other channels talking about it. That's a huge problem. And the reason they won't talk about the incelian problem, I will say like this, in the 2.0, 3.0 space, which they won't talk about, it's because it's true. You got it in your cross-pollinated chat rooms and things like that. So the whole point is you have these problems all the time. That's the thing that you're going to look at in the future, because yes, co-ed channels is good, but you got to be concise. But some people, they just do it for entertainment when they do those channels. And I understand that some people do it for educational, you know, you can balance it out. I think me and Dre talked about it. Yeah, it can be standard, but sometimes it goes off the rails when they mention the wrong stuff. Like, you got to be fair on both sides too. And that same with the men. When we talk about wild stuff too, with the sexual stuff, we got to be careful, because women can take that and look at that like, oh, you just crazy. That's how you get me too and all this other stuff. But we ain't worrying about that. That's a whole nother topic. But the incelian problem is a real problem. That should be addressed immediately. Let's go on, Art. Salute. That's something I'm tired of. Until we eliminate that fact, and I think it's going to happen, there's an operation of these madmen, Elliot Rodgers types. They're the ones we got a problem with. They need help. I would say killing them won't solve nothing. I thought about this last night. Killing them and spraying them down with guns will not solve the problem with these fools. What's going to happen with these fools? They do need therapy and everything else. They need real psychological help, and a lot of them just need to just get off the internet. That's what they need, and just restructure their minds and refresh. See, I get off this thing every night and not think about it. I mean, yeah, I glance at it a few times. Sometimes I don't even take it in the kitchen room. But I've learned something. People love to be enamored with a lot of filth. It's kind of like on television. But the incelian problem, the way to eliminate that, you got to put something in their hands and give them some structure. And to eliminate that, it's not just going outside. Going outside is one thing, yes, but have something to do outside. Be productive with yourself. Have a clear mind. Go out in the forest and the trees and get your mind cleansed. Go talk to different people and actually travel somewhere to get your mind free. Go where that it's cool and nice. And stop thinking about frivolous shit. That's what hurts you. And I think one thing about this problem, it comes enamored with, you know, just the violence. And when I look at these reports coming out, it's not good. And I don't care how young these men are or these young boys are. This is a problem, man. This is a huge problem. Huge problem. And it's just like I said, and I said before, I say it again. This is a huge problem. Because when I talked about this last Friday, a lot of people didn't get what I was saying. It's going to be a problem for a while and a long time. And I think everybody done streams on it, but I got to do one on this one on the open discussion. I said, you know what? This is a main problem. You see reports. Your channels have to be, I wouldn't say neutral, but kind of fair, a little bit balanced. But you talk about the real stuff, and then that's why I'll try not to call it a red pill or black pill channel. I just keep it what it is. No, it's more like an afterthought, after pill channel. Yeah, it's got a black pill background method to it, but to draw people in. But the goal is dropping knowledge behind what we're saying, and stop worrying about the little shit that they sprinkle on TV, YouTube advertising with ads like a television, or YouTube TV in general on the news. This is stuff that you need to learn for yourself. But as men, there's certain ways to have hobbies. I believe having hobbies. As men, you should have hobbies. I don't care if it's art. I don't care if it's cars. I don't care if it's music. I don't care if it's this. I don't care if it's what you call it, reading books and gather books and make notes and studies. I don't care if it's tech. I don't care if it's fitness. As long as you have a hobby, do something, and then even outside work is a hobby. And that's the whole point. So the whole point is you can have that. And that's just one of the reasons that you can you can have those things with your life, but yeah, make this like a lifestyle. Hobbies do matter to me, because I think Toxicity said it best. And once you have them, you be on board. So I mean, it's just one of those things that was going to cast salute. I think one of those things you can just look at, and that's one of the reasons I've really dwelled on it so much. Having great hobbies helps you get your mind right or whatever. I don't care if it's guns. Like I said, it's so many I can list. Like, you got dudes that don't have their minds clear. I'll tell you a story. When I used to play ball in school, if I was depressed about something or things bother me, I just pick up the rock and go outside. I used to do that. I used to do that in the day when I was younger. And it just stimulated me for a minute. Even when I was playing sports, it stimulated. Then I talked to people outside and things like that. I miss those days when you have to do that in a must. I remember in the mid 90s to early 2000s, I used to do that. So I'm in my 30s. I could tell you it's a lot fun doing that than here. The old YouTube, you used to do pre-records, did your thing, or the copyright thing that was legal back then, and people was doing it left and right. I'm talking about old YouTube. It was like the Wild West. It was fun. And then after that, you was done, right? When the smartphone came and the other shit, the gadgets and the gear and certain microphones, man, it just gotten crazy. It's kind of like you're in the studio all day, but really you're not. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like people is just sitting. But smartphones became the new reality. I was thinking about that metaverse thing. Yeah, it may last, but it may be a all kilter. Someone will have something better to compete with. The reason he got that metaverse, to be quite honest with you, he didn't want to deal with that human trafficking laws that his boy participated in, and he's gonna throw him under the bus. I wouldn't trust him a website like that's been compromised. You know what I mean? He may sell Instagram, whatever, to save his own ass. Can't never trust a man like that. I just could. That the owner of Facebook, he's a fucking fraud, man, and a joke. Trying to act like it's for the community and people. No, you doing this and human trafficking shit, what your boys is doing. Come on, man. I can't co-sign that. And then try to create a world called the what metaverse. What a joke, man. Like it's just another escape, a ploy to keep people worked up. You know what I mean? But I can say it like this. When you have guys like him, it's a big issue. You know what I'm saying? It's a big issue. And that's what breeds all that, you know? And I'm not going to try to make the topic of incels a topic. I'm just saying that's one of the issues why the space cannot move forward. If you want another space to move forward, we can't worship a lot of dogma about, I will say like this. I'm okay with women in the space. As long as they're respectful, that's cool. But I will not support racism and divestment. I can't, and I will not, and I understand it. That's your thing. That's your thing. Not here. We're going to keep it above board and structured. Problem I had with people not understanding that that's not who I am. You know what I mean? Because my channel is totally different than everybody else. I give you a little knowledge and that's it. And outside of that, that's good. Because I'm looking at my audience who watches my stuff. I mean, the ladies, they're welcome to add, you know, talk about real life and other things besides sexual stuff. The sexual stuff, that's easy for y'all. But when it comes to other things and hobbies, which I like, yeah, we can expound on whatever. But you know, but that's what they like, and that's in their DNA, and I understand it, and it's understandable. You know, it's gone like Barrett salute. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's one of those things that you gotta have that spiritual mind, man. That's probably one of the reasons I understand why I took this path, especially this channel that I try to, and I use scriptures on the early pre-records I used to do and talked about it and just give it out there to the youngsters or whatever. And I was on that type of tip when I was younger, and it worked. It worked. And I used to do that in the barbershop a lot, debated people. I had my days of doing those. But on these panels, not so much because everybody is so inclusive. You know, when it started out with the men first and then the women came, it changed things, which is an interesting dynamic. I mean, we talk about various topics. You got women that do that, but you don't have enough of them. And I heard what Ramil said. He said it's not enough women. I said there's enough. It's just not that many. I'll say about, to be fair, I'll say about 1 to 20% of women do talk about different things on here. Offline, it's very different. It's like a split. But you do have 70 to 80 to 90% that talk reckless, you know, stuff on here all the time. A lot of it could be sexual, a lot of it could be violence. Depends on the content creator, but you can't get mad at what the content creator does. Because if that's that person's character, that's that person's character. And sometimes people just need to learn to unsubscribe and just move forward. You know what I mean? Because some people have a habit and they're addicted to content that is stagnation content or stagnant content when I talked about, and it's not evergreen. You know what I mean? And they just love drama so much. And sometimes people love a drama stuff. Drama stuff is addicting. It's some of those things that people love. They just love to fit in so well. A lot of people too busy want to fit into the wrong crowds. It's understandable. You know what I mean? I'm not really tripping off that. You know what I mean? I just keep it real what it is. But when you have topics like these, it gets very, very slighted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never had issues of talking about various different things. It's nothing wrong with talking about relationships, but you know me, I ain't interested in one because I've had my days with those in my younger days, like early younger days. I'm like, you know, I'm just know where I'm at with mine because I'm not in the situation to have another one. You know, if I see one, that's cool, but I'm not going to brag about it and just be online and try to put that other person at risk. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people, they love that shit. And that's just what it is. You know, I'm gonna read what Art says. You know, I ain't got no issue. He said a lot of lonely women really try to change the energy in men's spaces. That's is one of the problems. Exactly. That's the second problem. The ones that's really lonely, a lot of them have, I won't say mental. Part of it's mental, part of it is it's a lot of things they're going through. And a lot of it is a combination of what it's how they were raised too. It goes for men too, because both of them deal with the same problem. The problem is women, they try to change men too much because every man's different with their own personality. Now, same with women, but you can't change a lot of women. I've learned this when I was younger. Women are gonna be women regardless. And I learned this from my mom, and I realized she's a woman. You know, at the end of the day, she couldn't change me either. So we had two different personalities. Well, I respect and love my mom regardless, but women are gonna be women regardless because they understand how they get society based off system and laws because they need protected. They're nesters. They do everything they're supposed to do in a structural society. You know, but we create societies, but they understand they want a better society too. But it's kind of funny when they try to say they don't want patriarchy. Bullshit. They want patriarchy. They want all that. And yeah, they do change a lot. That's one of the problems. That's problem number 2. But problem number 3 is a lot of dudes don't check them on the stuff they try to derail stuff. Like if you have a panel just full of men, it has to be a structural way. You can let them talk. They can listen because you got some that do listen. And if they want to counter our point, just let her speak. And, you know, you don't have to correct it. Just finish your sentence and counterpoint. But you got some of them being their emotions. We get it. We get what they stand for. And it's understandable. What you said right there, yeah, that's one of them. But that happens, you know, when you have great conversations, somebody's got to interject, and I get it. That's part of it. See where we at, and they test our heads every day on panels and stuff. I observe how men act. It's actually a test to see how you stand up with your points, especially in person. I've seen this a lot. But yeah, man, I don't read what the bishop said. He said it's the lack of the SOS in these people's lives. That's why they are so erratic online. Exactly. I agree with that. System, order, and structure. I agree with that 100%. And that's part of it too. Both y'all points make sense. And it correlates what's going on, man. Like a lot of people, they just want to be seen and heard too much. And I think it's not the live streams, it's not the apps, it's the individual. Offline, they may not act like that, but if they're like that offline, I won't be surprised. Now you get to see the real them. But like I said, somebody can record you outside and put it online. See your true self. I seen this a lot on, I'll say offline. Even when I was working, I know people act erratic like that. And what Bishop and what you call it, Art New Style said, if you go to barbershops, you see women in the barbershop. I got this quick story about a single mom, right? She had a son. They was about getting a haircut. The last time I was in the barbershop, that was like in 2018, right? I was getting a haircut, right? I'm gonna tell you this quick story. She had some points. She tried to come at me sideways and things like that. But that's the whole point, right? But what I've noticed, hold on for a minute. Hold on. Yeah, I had to charge that real quick. He was about to bust. Hold on for a minute. Okay. Had to bust for a minute. Okay, back to what I was saying. I had a quick story. It was a barbershop, right? I think it's about 2018, right? I was saying, like, I don't know what I said, and I said something bad about, I think, NYC or something, right? It was a petty conversation, right? I was like, okay, cool. And no offense to the woman, you know, she lied about being from New York, by the way. She's a Jersey. I want to say the C word, but I'm not. She's a Jersey bitch, by the way. Just arrogant, claiming she's from NY. Lied, right? And then she lied about that and was somewhere else. But typical ass single mom, right? Got a boy and everything. Trying to fuck the boy's head up. And I shook my head, and then the barber, he knew who she was. I was like, oh my God. In the military, come on, please. I don't even trust that thing in the world. And they just don't give a damn, man. I'm doing good, Supreme Elder, Mr. DJ Music. Salute to you. But yeah, man, it's one of those things, and that's the last time I got in it with a single mom, and I kind of laughed, and you know, I made some comments, and this is what we was talking about. It was a man's barbershop, right? But I didn't know women overtook it, and this is my first time. I'll say like 2018. Now, prior to 2018, years ago, when I started going to barbershops in early 2000s, mid 2000s, it wasn't always like that. It was all men. And then the one time I saw a woman came in the barbershop like with a married man, right, with a son, right. It's usually when they're married, whatever. I seen this years ago. I'll say 2012 ish, and out that range. That's when I start seeing them more often in Georgia, right? Man, that kind of bothered me. You don't have no spaces like that for men, because men had several spaces to go to in the, what you would say, most people say, the real world. But yeah, it was one of those issues that you got to have, man. Like, you got to learn how to have your conversations. Like, it was cool. We talked about everything, life, all that stuff, similar to here, right? But the problem was, it was so much interference from the opposite sex, man. But I get it, you know. Tangled up. Y'all gotta forgive me. I had to tangle up plug over here. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was tangled up. But yeah, it's just like what I saw. those years ago, and then in especially 2018, I kind of stopped because a single mom coming at me sideways like that. I said, man, I ain't used to that. But you know what I mean? Because I usually see women married with their husbands taking their kids to the barbershop, right? And it was all like that, even black folks. But it's changed now because how the economy was back then, and I think this was under Trump, and it got worse each year. And I kind of stopped going and did my own hair and everything else. So, you know, and I think I did that like last year. Oh, well, 2 years ago, and then last year, and then this year. It's a great sign, great sign. And I was done with that shit a long time ago. So yeah, man, it's a lot of experience like that. So that finger waving is a deal breaker for brothers go crazy after that. Exactly. That's part of it. And I will say it's all in their minds, which is much dangerous. They realize all their issues online instead of a trained, trusted psychotherapist. Exactly. Exactly. It's a lot of good points y'all making, but yeah, a lot of dudes just don't want to deal with that, man. Like I understand the Renner thing and Kevin Samuels. I don't really care for that. I mean, that's just a sign of where we are. A lot of people say, "Oh, he's losing and winning." It doesn't matter. They won probably the physical short term. I'll say it like this: short term, I'll give her that. Long term, I will say like I wouldn't say he won, but it's just a start. Okay, I'll give him that. I can't give him short term because number one, short term, yeah, woman has a system or whatever, but it ain't gonna be like that forever. Yeah, they win it for now. And the reason they win it for now is because you got a lot of problems. To eliminate that, you got to build a system. Are they willing to build for it? Because a lot of these women, they just not gonna accept a lot of things from men. You gotta understand, a lot of women have their own minds of their own. Like it's just like you can't accept them being that bad and whatever. I can say it like this: they're gonna be who they are regardless of the situation. And if we move accordingly, we're gonna be good. I mean, we can have decent conversations with them. We can have that. We can have decent ones and just be above board. But I'm not gonna talk about no consent nonsense and relationships going in depth. What about this and that? Like that's y'all's problem. Y'all raised the women. Y'all raised them to be better women. That's not our job. We can try to guide them and tell them watch out for certain strange men and all that stuff. That's good. But what's the point helping them? And then you got other women supposed to leading you right. And it's just like you got to look at it from yourselves, and men, same thing too. You got it's like I said about the dereliction part. It is a day-to-day fight. It will always be a day-to-day fight because once you have that fight, it's just going to continue for what it was. So, like I said before, it's going to be a problem if we fix the incelian problem and a lot of other problems. And like they said about the women with the system or the structure and the combination of what did Art said? He said, yeah, the finger waving, that's part of it. But you also got they want to change men all the time. Yes, that's common. And it's sad. And that's why you got channels that's co-eddy. I'm very careful because the last time I had a fallout with a person that was a female and she wanted to take it to another level, but don't have the backing and the build for the content that she does. You know what I'm saying? I question, she let another female derailed and controlled her platform and just destroy it. But that's what you get when you're dealing with people like that. But I had to live and learn. I had to learn that as a content creator, as a host, and it's going to have problems in the future. So yeah, we're going to see. He said they are both financially good, but however, they are both trauma bonding because they clearly dealing with unresolved issues. You could tell by their conversations. Exactly. I'm going to repeat what he said. He said they're both financially good, but however, they are both trauma bonded because they clearly dealing with unresolved issues. You can tell by their conversation. Exactly. That's the issue right there. They're trauma bonding too much of it. Once you trauma bond too much, you're going to have a lot of problems. So for me, I could say like this. Some people can trauma bond their ways through it. That's not going to save you. You're going to have to work on yourself on a spiritual level and a higher level to get yourself right. You cannot get upset. What's going on, Leonard? And you just can't be fighting over silly stuff online and bringing it online. See, whatever's wrong with their home life and their spiritual self inside, it's one of those things you can decide to look at. This is a problem. I see this all the time, like each panels and different panels. And I know people send me videos off of Discord or whatever. I'm just like, man, this is ridiculous. But it happens. I mean, this is nothing new. I see it in other spaces too, in bigger YouTube world. It affects everybody. But us over here, it's a lot worse. That's why I frequently go to different live streams and I pick the ones decent and things like that. I try to be better, and I'm learning about how you format and be a good host and all that stuff. You know, I look at different videos and stuff like that besides the drama. I mean, it's a little entertaining, but I understand where people are going with it. But yeah, I mean, the old talking points, what toxicity said, man, it's dead. I mean, we can't be saying they're not winning and we ain't got no solution. That's the problem, is, man, we can't say that those things. It's a good discussion to have. It's, you know, I disagree with the whole notion of saying they're not winning, because I've heard that before. I heard it years ago. Give me something that's tangible. Like, that's not enough for me. Now, if they're winning in all aspects of the law, yes, I give them that. But be specific, and people know the truth, and people are not going to be lied to like that. And I understand what them other two individuals are saying. You know, they coming from my perspective. I always believe that. But here's the thing. I don't let it bother me. I don't get online and say, oh, what about this, stress out, all that. I don't care about all that. It's irrelevant to me. Ain't nobody want no damn relationship. I'll tell you this. I would say about 40% to 20% men do want relationships on here. The other half don't. I'll say it's less than that. I'll say 15 to 20 men in these spaces, in the black spaces, want relationships. I'm just saying 15 to 20%. I would say most men in here will probably be married. The rest of them won't, because I think me and DeAndre talked about this. A lot of men ain't built for marriage. Some men ain't, and it's just a combination. But sometimes it happens. There is miracles that men do get married when they get older. Have seen that too. All that. But see, my parents been married for like, what, 30 plus years. They won't have their 40th year anniversary on that election year 2024. So they was married in 84. That's when they got married in 84. It was 5 years or some years before they had me, but it was like 3 to 2 years before they got married. My mom, I think my dad was 8 years older than my mom. They're boomers. So that's a big difference. Big difference. You gotta have the right mind to when you get into it. And like I said, I am not anti-marriage over here. I'm not a MGTOW channel. I'm none of that. I don't subscribe to their beliefs. I mean, their beliefs is kind of silly. I understand where they come from, but I just don't like their beliefs at all. It's just, when I first heard, I didn't like that concept, and then they create the term incel to the ones that didn't get sexually deprived or sexually deprived. It's just, I don't like that concept. I didn't like that concept in 2012, and now it's just gotten worse. It was cool back in the early days of YouTube when you could say that, but if you look at the situation, most people don't like it. Let's just keep it 1,000. Most people will support, and I don't care about the SYs being like that. That concept, I understand the concept. I don't understand the traveling and tricking mode. I'm just not with that. I'm sorry, and I think, DeAndre, we call them trims because they don't act like black men. Just call yourself transracial men. You know, you don't represent the community. You always keep saying the community, you know, all this other stuff. You know, that's y'all's problem. See, I can't co-sign groups. What's happening in these groups, people are not feeling it. You know what I mean? There's a new concept. Like, MGTOW may be good for some of y'all. I understand that. But to me, it's kind of played out because a lot of people ain't going for that. And I could tell by the people in the audience. They just look at it sideways and all these other groups. But everybody's got their own group. I mean, you got your Igmores. They deal with knowledge and all that stuff. PhDs. We get it. Everybody else dealing with their own little thing. So, but men have tribal ways, but men know how to work together in crises. I've studied this. Men work together when it comes to crises. That's very interesting. Women can't do that. Women can't even do that in crises. I mean, you can get them, but 9 out of 10, they will just falter. You know what I mean? And I get it. What's going on, Nadia? Salute to you. My folks have been married for 43 years. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, mine's married about, I'll say about 30 plus years, almost 40 years, right? His is married 43. See right there? It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, never say never. I mean, it's possible. You just gotta have the discipline. A lot of dudes is anti-married. I get it, but sometimes y'all won't be saying that probably in years. If y'all the ones anti-married, most of y'all probably young anyway. But if you're older and saying that, I understand. If you've been divorced or whatever, or don't want to do it again, like, I mean, I know you got BJS say he's married 3 times. I understand. Everybody's different. He don't want to deal with the emotional labor. I think he said this too. A lot of people say a lot of things why they don't want to do it again, and it's understandable. That's your view. You know, I don't have to agree with it, but I understand why you say what you do. It's your choice. You have a choice to not get married. I wouldn't force that on the younger generation. Let them decide. If they want to get married, that's cool. If they don't, it's understandable. You can't go backwards, to be honest with you. Now, if you want to get married older and you change your mind, that's your right. You know, you have a right to change your mind, whatever. I can't tell you what to do. A lot of people don't look at marriage the same no more because the new system, new laws. It's understandable because I get why people are going to be who they are. This is 9 out of 10. But you cannot get upset with people. What's going on here? Like a lot of people, they choose it, and some of them say that I don't want to mess with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing I could say about YouTube. And that's just it. You know, and I'm not really tripping anymore what's going on. So, and you know, and I'm not really upset with it. But yeah, like I said, you know, if you want to have that choices, that's what you're gonna be. But as men, you know, you got to give it up to the people that's trying their best. You know what I mean? And I'm not really tripping. And like, you know, I ain't got no problem. You got some people say it don't matter if she wins and all that. Okay, that's understandable. But yeah, man, yeah, this is an excellent Sunday afternoon. But you know, for me, I'm just like telling y'all, look, just do the right thing. And man, I enjoy it that we have these conversations that's real, say who's winning or not. But you know, that's what their main focus. But marriage to me is not a bad thing. I understand the concept of marriage. But to me, I'm not gonna rush into it. If the person's not into you, that's just, you know, it's not gonna work. It has to have some type of foundation to do it. And I know people don't like the marriage laws and everything. I understand the views of it, but the marriage is like that's a whole nother feat in itself. But these dudes don't want to discuss that because they have their own little problems. A lot of it's personal, a lot of it's psychological. I know people don't like marriage talk and all that, but me, I don't have to promote that over here. But I respect it because I already got the example for my family. You know, that's a choice what I want to choose. But if I want a legacy, yeah, you got to have kids in order to build that. You know, that's just what it is. If you're built for that responsibility, it takes a lot. That's true leadership. It's true manhood. I'm just telling it like this. Some people, some men can live without them. Yeah, they can. It's a feat, but it's a small minority that achieved that. Majority hasn't. We're just gonna keep it 1,000. Depends on your place in society. Okay, marriage is for selfless, not the selfish, but most people nowadays are too selfish. Exactly. And the reason why they're selfish, man, is because you live in a selfish society. You have a lot of people that's selfish in marriage too, but I'm not saying marriage is bad. It is for selfless. I've seen some lot of selfless marriage. They have risk, they have triumph. But you know what's so funny though about my parents' marriage? They're able to communicate. That's the interesting part. I know it sounds weird to most people, but even they split, but they still talk to each other and still married. It's something there. It's just like anybody else. Everybody has a different way of doing things, but a lot of selfish people can be single and married. I'm not saying there ain't no selfish people in marriage, but I'm just saying it does exist. And I've seen some people's marriages is not selfish. You know, if y'all can coexist with each other, that is a plus. Besides the sex and everything, but I will say it like this: there's too many selfish people that push this rhetoric, and it's online. Offline, you do see it on news and stands like that, but online is easy. It's like the biggest TV and news of all time, but it does affect on the real world, how your mind is. But yeah, you got a lot of selfish people, no matter if you're married or not. But but they don't want to help the younger person. Let them decide if they want to get married or not. I do agree with that. That I agree with. And it says the unresolved trauma will ruin your marriage. Exactly. And we refuse to do a heavy lifting in their personal lives. Exactly. A lot of it is personal response he meant that. And it's in our personal responsibility. Yeah. That's what accountability is. That's what accountability is. I think toxicity said it best, and I agree with this statement. He said, if you trust a modern day, I ain't gonna say modern day woman, because I don't like calling them women. I call them whores or harlots. If you trust in them, if you want to marry that personality and all, it's your fault. As a man, you have to take responsibility. They don't show us no mercy in that. It's your fault. It's your fault. You cannot put that genie back in the bottle. I'm talking about the baby in the sperm right now. You cannot put that back. Once it's released, it's like a gun. Once it's released, you're out of there. Once it's released, you're out of there. You know what I mean? You are responsible for your own actions. And there's nothing we can do about it. And you got to take care of that child and the best you can. And if you survive it, you're a true champion of your marriage, and especially as a man in real manhood. That's where it starts. I mean, it does start when you're younger and finding yourself in your 20s and 30s like that. But if you ever get married in your mid 30s or 40s, that's good, or early 30s or late 20s. You got to be responsible at the end of the day. The task is on you, and it's called accountability. Responsibility and effort is a cuss word to our people and the rest of the people, especially our people. They don't want to hear the truth. So, you know what I mean? Okay, what's going on, Gino? Salute to you. Oh, he's in the airport. Okay. But yeah, but the marriage part, effort and responsibility matters. You got to have effort. That's the key things to have a successful marriage. You can't cry about the problems that you have. You got to be consistent. If you can't do that, you'll never be successful. And I'm just like, a lot of people can't deal with that. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people cannot stand on their squares sometimes, but it's hard for most people. We get it. I'm only planning to get married at 35, but got 3.5 years to go. Oh, okay. That's great. That's great. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Some people have plans. Some people get married in mid 30s, late 20s, whatever. Some people shouldn't. Now, men should not get married early. He has to figure himself out before he grows, whatever. And it happens. But when the children comes, if y'all decide to have children, they're here to stay. That's how you build your legacy. And next thing you know, you got to teach them that internal stuff, and then you build them up. That's what I've learned. Kids need real guidance, not this silly stuff online. If I have kids and they listen to this garbage, I tell them don't listen to it and listen to real stuff and go outside and give them something. It's okay to have technology, but I teach them. My dad teach me this: be careful who you listen to. A lot of people ain't always right. Do your own research. My father always told me that, and he just kept it aboard. Even when I was 15, he taught me that stuff. The internet is no joke. People say a lot of reckless stuff, and I learned this. I'll say some of it the hard way, and most of it I learned very on. And I grew into it, and I understand what people are. They got motives, man. People got motives. And the more you learn, you stay with that. That's why I'm not really tripping off of anything. So yeah, man. You got to have that mindset. So some people just gonna look at it a little different than others, but you know what I mean? But you gotta be right, man. You know, marriage is one thing, but the responsibility that comes with it, it's a task. Some people's okay with it. I ain't got no problem with people getting married. You know, when I saw Sister George and Curlin got married, that's excellent. That's progress. That's progress. It's going to continue. That's progress. What's going on, Mike V? Salute, salute. And yeah, it's a progress. And it takes a huge, huge progress. Marriage has always been a business arrangement or for political alliance, but these modern day romance arrangements have this stats to prove it. It's a failure. I mean, that's a fair point, but some people don't really care. But I understand where you're coming from with that point. But you know, most people think that. But to me, yeah, it can be a business if you let it. But if it's a real business, if you're in love with your business with that person, yeah, that's a whole nother. But yeah, like I said, and like I said before, I got it off to a tangent about the marriage part in the second problem. I talked about the incelian problem. What else I need to talk about? Oh, speaking of the little gripes that people have about who's winning, who's not winning, which is silly as fuck to me. Um, like I said, I saw this over an individual's channel and he's on a war path right now, which is crazy. I expected it last summer. And it's just like I said before, man, we got to get right. I mean, this is a test to see where we at. I mean, the last live stream I talked about that Friday was excellent. I'm glad I saw the replay. What we talked about, we talked about real stuff offline as well, and we expound on what we was talking about. But last Sunday, I was petty. That was during the Ahmaud Arbery case, and that was over at Art. I was petty on that stream. Yeah, it got a lot of views and everything, numbers, and it's cool. The trolls came. It's all good. But if you do get married and decide to have kids and build a legacy of Black people, whatever, just be mindful. Teach them the real truth about society, and it will help. You can't just cry about things that happened the yesteryears. You know what I mean? That's the real focus. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you gotta have. But make sure they all right and tell them the truth. Especially the internet. Don't make them into incels any longer. But you know, but that's a no-no. But some people, you got bullies on here, man. I never seen many bullies and people on the internet bullies. I've never heard of that stuff. Some people can handle with fisticuffs, but now on the internet it's gotten dangerous. That's why we got a lot of trolls and shit and doxers and shit. But you know, internet's what the hell, yeah. Folks should be running families like business, but the elites in society have that down pat. There's actually tax incentives for those who run their families like business. I'm forming a trust now. It's nothing wrong with that. Good point. And then he said something to Mike V. I might be in Antigua for my birthday next year. I got some decades long. Cannot take out. Okay. He's talking to him. Yeah. Yeah, they tax them. Tax them. They tax them like business. That's true. That's so true. I'll see what y'all say in the comments. I want to read the comments. Plenty of bullies on Al Gore's internet, but they meet their matches soon enough. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. The modern internet, man, it's a problem. But you know, and I want to read what he said. Here's a counter. Marriage is actually a covenant, not a business. However, you can birth a business within that union with the family coming together. I see what you're saying, Chaos Hedgie, but folks are stuck on romance. Exactly. I agree. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. I was about to say that. It is somewhat of a covenant, and you got to keep in mind that's just part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah. Let's see what's going on. Okay. What's going on, May? Salute to you, bro. Appreciate the great work. I always enjoy your content, but I might share you out later. But yeah, appreciate the great work, Mace. Keep up the great work. Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, man. Like Bishop and Gino said, man, this is one of those things that marriage can be like that. Yeah, you can birth it, but some people birth it into a business. It's like a union. Yeah, it's covenant, spiritual. I believe that too. Some people believe that. Some people believe it's a business right off. Some people have different perspectives that I like. But I like the fact what Bishop was saying. Yes, it's a covenant in a way. Most people forgot that they stuck on romance. That's the problem. That's what leads a lot of divorces. That leads a lot of probably I would say a lot of it, like the finger pointing at my man, what's his name? Art just said, and Bishop said, yeah, all that stuff, the SOS, all that's a part of why people get divorced. They don't have a system or instruction, but also romance throws them off, and it causes a lot of problems in divorces, right? And it affects the children, fucks their head up, and then they go out and doing street stuff. It's normal. I see this a lot, and a lot of bad stuff is in the air, you know. But when you look at this country where it's founded on the violence, I mean, shout out to the ruling. He said the most violent music is the war music from the Marines and all the way down to every branch. But if you start listening, he played a bugle on my stream once. Worse than the Young Dolph situation. We had Young Dolph died in that same, 4 rappers died in the same label, which is awful. Rest in peace to those guys. But you know, the lifestyle is bad and terrible. And then we got dudes talking about the Renner and KS, which I don't give a shit about. That's just a sign of us where we are as men and women, especially the men. You know, we fucked up on that. That the long term will be fine. It's a lesson learned. This is a short term problem. Well, also we gotta understand that a lot of times what we have is individuals to see that where we are as people, but as men, we should know that this is going to be a problem, man. And then we talk about who's winning and is not winning, which is silly to me because we already know who's winning systematically and physically. Of course, they have it. But as men, we got to get back on our real task. How are we going to help? See, the trick is if we get right first internally and do the external, they'll come back around. And I always tell that same story again. One of them Hebrew Israelite guys told this man, he said, what, how to get the women back? If we change ourselves spiritually, they'll come back around. It's a tit for tat. And once I realized that, and I remember they said that years ago, that's when you know the tit for tat thing is for real. It's very real. It's just like I say, you got to own up your own dereliction. Made a stream on that. And you got to embrace the day-to-day fight because you can't do it by yourself. Only the Most High can save you and put you into the purest light of the Heavenly Father. Yah bless. But you know what I'm saying? But you got to do that. That's the thing that you need. It's the nourishment of the knowledge of the scriptures and Sanskrit, wherever holiness you need, but you need to be on par with that. That's what you need in his praises. So yeah, this is something that I can say what I can say peacefully. But you know what I'm saying? I want to say you got to have that. What's going on, Tampa? Salute. But you got to have that. You got to have that type of mindset to move forward. But as men, we got to have to do that first. Once we build that relationship with us or the Heavenly Father, I know people don't like God in here, like in most spaces, but me, I serve the Most High. I don't care what nobody says. That's just my viewpoint. I don't force it on nobody. That helps me move forward. That's why I strive to do better what I need to do, especially as men. Okay. So what we're doing here is like I'm spreading my message to help the younger ones to not think from a defeatist attitude. What I saw that from last Thursday on a corrupt holiday, a lot of people call it Thanksgiving. I call it Thanksgiving. You know, I know the history of it. I don't usually celebrate it as much. I didn't really care, but I enjoyed the live stream with Kane. We build on a lot of stuff, a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom and things like that, right? But you got this defeatist young man named JMO, which is ridiculous. It's like that defeatist is evil. Yes. I'm going to say it's evil. Yes. But you know it's evil. You know it's evil. But the spirit, you know, some people say the devil, whatever, right? The spirit of that is evil. And it gets evil because it consumes you and destroys you, right? But you got a lot of people give up on a lot of reasons. You know what I mean? Because online, this is the worst place to give your life up like that. No, it's you got more to live, especially how old do you say? He's 22. He's 22 plus. I mean, 20 plus years old, going on 25 plus years old and above. At that age, you're supposed to live your life and quit crying about situations that you can't control. At a young age, you're supposed to be learning about yourself, knowledge. When I was his age, I was reading a lot of stuff about myself, me, talking to people, actually have real conversations at this age and stay in the high realm. College is nice and everything, but you got to think outside of college, what you're going to do in the future. Because in your 30s, you're going to think different. You're going to have a different perspective. It's only a handful of youngsters I like in these spaces. It's not that many because a lot of them have defeatist attitudes, and I feel sorry for them. They listen to the wrong elders, and they're not real elders. It's just destroying them, man. Yeah. Bucks win. Fire the cannons. Okay. So the Bucks win. Okay. I must have missed this one. Wait, that same dude from before. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Same dude before. But yeah, man. I think he took it down. He took that stream down. But he had that defeatist attitude, man. These young man has too many of it. And this is why I talked about earlier in the stream, said that incelian problem that needs to be addressed immediately before y'all even go forward with it. Because one of the reasons you don't want that, it causes a lot of problems when you try to build something nice with someone. Never fall for the incelian problem. Never fall for it. Because what's going to happen, it's going to destroy you at the end. So that's just problematic what you're going to have. Some people don't want to believe it's problematic and they're not. But that's just what it is, man. And that's what you got to have. So yeah, it's a big problem. And this is what I mean by that. And you know, and that's what you had to have. But you know, but I can say it like this. What you have here in these spheres, they teach that defeatist attitude. And I think that's a problem. And I think that's a real problem, what you have in these spaces. And when I saw his comments, and I think Kuda tried to help him, I'm just like, man, it's a waste. Okay. It's only a handful of youngsters you can help. But that dude, it's not about game and this other stuff. It's him personally. He got to fix himself spiritually. And he's young. He's been listening to the wrong people. There's other good people besides those particular guys. And some of them older guys are not real elders. They're not elder worthy. They should be your elders, but they listen to the wrong things, like their program. And I think I talk about Operation Earnest Voice, Why We're Divided, the Q Wilson, the little justice thing, the prison thing. It was obvious. I think Cerulean broke that down. We all broke that down. We just had fun with it. But yeah, man, but that's a real problem. I'll help the ones that's trying to break that cycle and just stay away from groups like that and just think about positive things and stop worrying about relationships, man, especially at a very young age. You're supposed to be learning about yourself first. Yeah, you can have fun, have a small girlfriend like I did by accident. but it cost me. But I understand why. I understand relationships even more and focus on what I need to do right. I didn't screen her or anything, but she was screening me. So you know what it was? I was picked from the litter. So that happens. But when I came in these the old spaces was different. Once I was a part of it, I think I had her from 08, 09. I was good after that. But after that, it was a lot of different stuff we was talking about. Yeah, the women came. They came later and had their own thing. See, the women back then was different, but nowadays women is crazy. It was programmed by the television, things like that. So I'm not really worried about anything in particular. And you got to look at what you're at. So some people look at it like this is it. And I'm not really upset with it anymore. So you got to look at it for what it is, man. So nobody's really tripping. But yeah, when he had that defeatist attitude, man, I was disgusted with that stream. I'm glad he scrubbed it or whatever. You know, he wanted to have a cool vibe, but that on thanks taken, that's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? I'm not really tripping about what's going on here and whatnot. And I'm just saying, like, when you do a live stream like this, you expect more on more people. And that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand people have their own options. So in so many words, you just go in there and just start. And that's just how it's gonna be. But you know, like I think the incelian problem, what I mentioned earlier in the stream, and I think I mentioned this Friday, it's inevitable. Like when that brought to my attention when I did that Thursday Thrills number 5, I think SKC was on that stream too later on. Dre gave us that information. I'm like, God damn, this is not good. Like they're going after the mainstream manosphere as well, but that just shows you what time it is, man. But hey, teach his own. I'm here. I'm doing good things, but yeah, man. Like I said, we'll talk about libertarianism this week. We're going to end part 2, and we're going to talk about political systems because I know people is curious about political systems. I think engineering was saying about all that stuff. What system we need. We'll talk about capitalism. We'll talk about communism. We'll talk about socialism. We'll talk about anarchism and read some of the points. And I might put some links to back up what I'm saying about capitalism. And then we'll draw it out that conclusion, you know what I'm saying, and all these systems that will work. So yeah, man, this is for the ages. We'll do that, and we'll talk about how many political systems we talked about. I might do a stream like next Wednesday. Then we'll do another Thursday stream. And I think we did is we're gonna do a Sunday stream. I think we're gonna do another Sunday stream. Yeah, Sunday Madness number 4. We're gonna do that one. And then next week I may do the Monday stream called Independent Thinkers. I may do that stream Monday night. You know what I'm saying? I may do that because I might have to do that stream. Once I do that stream, I'll be like, yeah, that Monday and for that week, and then skim it down, you know, do it right. Because I'm learning about my schedule and the streams. I'm gonna make these count and just break them up. You know what I mean? So get a better understanding of me. So yeah, man. Like, but next week when we talk about libertarianism, we got to talk about the geo-libertarianism, and then we got to talk about libertarian conservatism. The verses on the right of libertarian will be libertarian conservatism, and the left will be geo-libertarianism. So, like we broke down last week, that's one of the reasons why I want to do these, and then reference my video that I did, a stream I did. It matters. So we got to break those down, what we're talking about. So one of the streams is like, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. Oh, shit. We're going to be all right. So yeah, man. Mm-mm-mm. But that's just it. But yeah, but always gone by like salute, salute, salute. But yeah, yeah, man. It's a lot of problems, but we can fix it. We got time. But last Friday, oh, it's a mess. Oh, we good now. But you know what I mean? I'm not even tripping anymore. So, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. I mean, this Sunday's good, but but if y'all want to come up, I mean, I pinned it. I mean, it's open discussion. I can say what I want to say, and I'm good. I'm just chilling. Um, I know football is on fire right now because everybody's watching the game, which is cool. And I have no worries. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of those things that the Sunday streams get what they get. So, everybody's focused on silly stuff right now. And I'm not surprised about the outcomes and things like that. And you'd be like, okay, here's where we are. Yeah. So that's it. Saga continues. What's he talking about? Ooh. Somebody done dislike me. Oh well. But yeah, like, I know people's on fire right now with the silly stuff. But I mean, shout out to Rasan with that interview, man. Appreciate you, man. We enjoyed it. Even though I was talking randomly. I mean, what's going on with y'all's daily? You know what I mean? I'm just curious. I'm just curious what's going on. And I know people like confusion and things like that. So I'm not really entertaining the silliness right now. I'm just like, you know, I'm just here with y'all. But yeah. I mean, I've been doing good lately too. So, try to enhance my little content over here. So, I got topics on the way and things like that. So that happens. That happens. That's just part of it. You live and you learn and you just keep your focus. But this winter, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got some things lined up, different topics. So I know what's up. So, you know what I mean? It's just I'm not really tripping anymore because I look at all this stuff as some of it, I'll say some entertainment, some of it you learn from and you just keep it above board and you just like, okay, I'm gonna be me. And I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be one of these things that you gotta look at. And I'm like, okay, hold on, hold on. Yeah, it ain't that much on YouTube like that. So let's go. Yeah, like that. Go like that for a minute. And I'm out of here. But yeah, shit, everybody's hounding on LeBron lately. It's quite named for himself. Oh, that's just they fucking with me. Oh yeah, they fucking with me on YouTube. Yeah. That's YouTube. Don't pay it no mind. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Okay, cool. Decent. Decent. I know there's some haters in here, but it's all good. It's all love. I mean, appreciate y'all. Y'all keep me on the algorithm, man. Like I enjoy it. Mm. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, like I said, Sunday Madness number 4. It'll be on the 5th. Thursday Thrills number 10. That will be on the 2nd. The first will be Libertarianism. I don't know what my stream vlogs will be Monday. I might talk about something different in the morning. I don't know what it's going to be. You know what I mean? But I don't know if I want to do it here or just in the morning, because I know this is Sunday. I got time today, but if y'all want to come up and discuss something different, that's cool. But you know what I mean? Because at this point, people are just on a warpath with this the hoes winning or not issue. This is going to be evergreen problem. But hey, you do what you can to just maintain yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even tripping anymore. Like, you know, these black spaces going to be some changes in the future. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, everybody's doing their thing, and I appreciate it. And that's what you got to be on. You got to be on that type of time. So that's one thing. And I'm just going to go. But yeah, man. That's the type of content I did. I mean, last Friday we talked about the Friday Special Madness, and I stopped doing. It's just like it's crazy. And it's just like, I understand. Like, you know, Fridays is gonna be busy, and I had to move it to Thursdays. And I think I like what was in the algorithm. I said, you know what, Thursdays is my time to do things. And that's like my little schedule, my streaming schedule. But Sundays, I enjoy these. I enjoy these. You can just relax and chill and just do your thing, you know. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about next Sunday. I don't know what I might have to write some things down, because that I think Sunday on the 4th one, on Sunday Madness, I made same time. I like this time. You can get in because the holidays is here. Most people say, and Christmas. It's gonna be very, very interesting next month. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Because this is gonna be a time that people where they stand and what their hearts is. You know what I mean? That's just not what I'm gonna trip off of. But yeah, people got their own standing. But I'm always gonna have people support me regardless what's going on. So yeah, the winner is not coming yet. It'll be here, but you'll see some differences and changes. But you'll see. You'll see. And y'all have no idea what's gonna come. This coming up next month, because next month is gonna be brutal. And I'm just like, we gotta look at the big picture. But a lot of people are just worrying about the wrong things and worrying about their purple pill God. They're a God about how the standard is. But we're gonna see how this is gonna go. How long he's gonna keep this up? Not too long. Or is he just about to be in turmoil? You know, the pettiness is in the here in the rain, but we here now. You know, people is not talking about real things, and they just like, okay, everybody's got what they wanted. So yeah, but the politics, ideology, the last, it will be libertarians part 2. If we want to discuss it again, I can do, if y'all want a request, I was going to do a graph or a poll, which one you want me to talk about the most, about conservatism, liberalism, or libertarianism, because we're going to do a part 2. I might make a poll. I don't know what poll it's going to be, because we're trying to see where everybody's at this point. And we're just going to see a poll. And the participants. And it's just like, we just got to see if I have a poll, whatever. And I'm just like saying where we at. But as I was saying, like, this is something that we got to look at as a whole. But, in these spaces and things like that. But, for me, I'm just going to be like, look here. Once we fix that incelian problem, we can move forward. But I will say like this, we'll be fine. And I will say, like, as a whole, we got to look at it as a collective and say, here's where we stand. So, you know what I mean? And I think I will try to do a poll. I might do it tomorrow. I might do it on a vlog stream. Which topics you want me to talk about? Those 3. Which one's the most important to talk about in the ideology? What's wrong with the space? Because we define liberalism and libertarianism. We'll talk about libertarianism this week. And we're going to talk about which ones that are more important. One of the 3, because I might have to write a list. So, yeah, let's see what's in the comment. What do you think about the new COVID variant? Actually, it's real to me. To me, it's irrelevant. I don't want to do topics on that because I don't give a fuck about no Patreon. I said this before. I said this again. I told this to engineering. It's irrelevant. Niggas ain't gonna listen. If they don't take it, you'll die. Let's gonna put it that way. A lot of people try to say it's bad, and I disagree with that. It's the same as the regular shot. I've seen that when I took the flu shot. People's too goddamn hard-headed. Fuck the variant, and I don't care. Y'all gonna die anyways for not taking it. I'm just telling you, it's not what y'all think. You gotta do real research, and it's not by that weak ass doctor. No, we know who's behind that. We need to get off that shit. See, a lot of white folks died without the shit too. So I won't argue about no weak ass numbers. I go by the real facts. Who's dying? Who? People's not going outside touching each other like that. I see it, bro. I know how people say, "Oh, I don't want to take shots." That's a nigga trait. White folks used to think like that back in the 90s. I don't force people to take shots. I mean, if you don't want to take it, that's on you. I'm be on BGS. I tell people I don't really care. It's not what I think. I just don't care. I'm done wasting arguments like that. That's why I don't do content on it. It's a waste. It's a waste. That's why Ramil had to stop that shit. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. He's on site. That's a little TP. Little TP is not the only one. Little TP's been excommunicated. Little TP is on the chopping block. Okay, little talking point. Little TP is a disgrace, but he ain't by himself. It's a lot of dudes like that. There's gonna be more of him in the future if y'all don't get this shit resolved. They ain't gonna last forever. It's up to us to put an end to it. But as men, we gotta be responsible for our actions, how we breed the stuff, and the ideology and the talking points. We gotta stop listening to people that ain't got no sense. But that's the thing that you got to deal with. So yeah, he's one of them, but there's a lot more worse than him that's more barbaric with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're doing content on other people and there's other people like him, that's a disease and that's a problem mentally and spiritually. A lot of dudes ain't built like to be on here, man. They try to say I ain't built. He try to say I wasn't built on here. Dude, you're not even built to last to do content with that weak spiritual mind. I mean, come on, man. Your content is garbage. I seen that shit come and go. I see stagnation content get so destroyed, man. It's not even funny. You got individuals gonna do one man shows for like, I'll say about 4 or 5 hours. I'll say half entertaining and all that, but ain't got no substance about them outside of this. That's a damn problem. If you want to get technical, a lot of these dudes ain't built like that. I'm telling you, these dudes cannot have a home TV show like that. Ain't teaching nobody a damn thing. That's why I stopped listening to certain people that does that. I mean, it was cool back in the day, but now you got guys like that and others think they can do it. No, you cannot. You still know other people's content. That's not content. That's easy. Hell, if he was around 07, which he didn't do no content, which I did, that was easy to fucking do back then. But I'll tell you what it was back then. They wouldn't let you get those large ass numbers. It was a small channel. And if you did, you had to lie your way to the top. And that's how they put you to the top. But yeah, that dude's a fucking clown, man. But it's not just him. It's a lot of people like him. He ain't by himself. This is a real problem. Yeah, that's why I call him Lil TP. Lil TP is a disgrace. But there's more people like him, which I've noticed. They got their own little groups. They got their own little chat rooms. They got their own little what they call them, cash apps. They got their own little super chats. They got their own little moderation. They got their own little army. But he's not the only one. I'm not mad. Let me tell you something. I'm not really mad at him deep down because the funny thing is about him is he's laughable. Okay. I've seen a dozen of dudes come and go. And they say they have content. Some do have good content when they use other people's videos and they have a message. I like those, but I don't like when you attack people and don't stick on it. You know what I mean? Because you flip and flop and then go on different people. People gonna get tired of that shit after a while. They're gonna get tired of that shit after a while. I know how audience is. I study YouTube audiences. They're so fickle. And once you know they're fickle, they can't do nothing about it. So you individuals in the chat, man, y'all should know the audience is very fickle. I've been on panels when I see the chat room don't like what the host says. They're very fucking fickle. It's just like pre-records. It's the same thing. The difference is the comments make sense when you're talking and it actually has some presence boost. But when you have the pre-records, you're the speaker, and if you sound good or not, people question, you can respond each time. That was the old YouTube. New YouTube, you got to do these type of live streams that's going to be pre-recorded regardless. And what you say to the people in the chat is like comment section, yes. But you start talking to your audience, that's engagement. 95% of the time when I do these streams, I just care about the engagement in the chat room, right? Normally I don't have to have a panel to talk to y'all. I can go this for 2 to 3 to 4 hours and I can just end it. You know what I mean? It's relaxing. But if you want to discuss, that's why I pinned the link so y'all can come up and talk about something different. Or if you want to stay on topic and talk about the incelian problem, that's cool. You know, but that's y'all's choice. So that's good. And you have a choice to do that. See, I'm one of those channels, I can give you that option. But a lot of people are scared to hit the link, want the real. I mean, shouts out to Triple Black and everybody else ain't scared of Cerulean. I don't know what it is about Cerulean, man. He got y'all worked up, man. Y'all got to put that differences aside. And we're just trying to help your brothers and do the right. You know, I know y'all respect Dre, but shit. Them trims are scared, man. But I've noticed that in my content when I looked at it and I said, okay, they scared of these guys, but you know, other people come up and that's cool. But last Sunday, I kind of enjoyed the content. I was a little petty. I had fun. I just like, okay, I like this. I can do that every now and then. But this is kind of like you can have it. I think people enjoyed the Ahmaud Arbery case than Thanks Taken, because Thanks Taken was a big distraction. But the Ahmaud Arbery case, man, woo, they didn't want that bloodshed on Thanksgiving because they didn't want that. And my thoughts on it, it's just like it's just only the beginning. Okay, that Rittenhouse shit, I didn't care about that. I don't know what the niggas was tripping about that. That's nothing you can do about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. In so many words, you can build off that, you know? And people just want to come through and just like, do their thing. But yeah, I think I did several streams on it. I did a vlog stream, then I did a whatchamacallit. I talked about it on the Friday stream that I did. That's the last you ever is gonna see that series. I'm not gonna do that again. I was only for this year because I already got my stream pattern. It's gonna be Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday from now on, and then sometimes Monday when I do that. What's that stream? Independent Thinker straight series. Yes, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a fourth one, but this time I'm gonna have some reverence on Monday. I'm gonna do it Monday because everybody's like said they're gonna stream Monday. No, I'm gonna take Monday. I'm gonna take this Monday, and I'm not gonna stop either. I'm just gonna go straight streaming and just push it to the next level. Got to, because that way it can just expound on what I'm gonna do and cover the stream that I did on part 3 where we at. And it's going to be one of those streams you be like, yeah, I got to do the Monday one at least once a week, because it's going to be once a week. It's not going to be like the next week. It'll be every other Monday. That's how I'm going to do it. And that series might go up to probably 7, because I don't usually do those series. I'm just looking at my playlist catalog. I can make a series out of which one I like the most. And it extends. You know what I mean? And I'm right on par with it. So, yeah. Yeah, man, it's a lot of crazy things going on in these spaces, man. Like, they ain't got much to talk about. They ain't got no hobbies. I mean, Ty City's on the roll. I'm on the roll. Rashawn's on the roll. Shouts out to Rashawn, man. Rashawn is a good content creator. I know he's been around for years, and he talks about hip hop, rap, and talks about his artistry in the martial arts, which is, he's got a cool channel, even though we do a little pettiness over there. Rashawn is a place that came up with the idea of the name of the Villain Sphere. The Villain Sphere, that name, before it was called the Villain Sphere, he called it the Shinobi Sphere. He said that on my platform numerous of times. But when he started calling it the Villain Sphere, and I came up the word villain, right? We said we're villains, we're the bad guys in space. I was saying it in the stream, I just talked it up. He came up with the idea called the Villain Sphere because what I said along the inspiration and came with it. So, yeah, man. And that's how we came up with it. And in months, we just got in here.
What's going on? Sorry about that. I didn't know my mic was on automatically. What's going on, people? What's going on? I just
What's
wanted
going
to
on, man?
speak to my brother real quick. I'm enjoying everything that I'm hearing so far. You know how I'm doing too. I'm trying to get at the same level that you're trying to get at right now, where just like trying to build up, making sure that I'm bringing actual content and not just like fluff and talking about the same thing that everybody else is talking about.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of it, the series that you're talking about, when you talk about like capitalism and everything, and man, look, I'm all for it. I can't wait to hear what you're gonna say.
Yeah, it's like I think I use this website with the philosophy basics. I won't talk about all of them, and then I might have to do some links like I did with this political exercise where I do with the libertarianism, and I think Saruyan gave me some links on the last one. Gotta play my stream I did before. I do this all the time with those. That's the philosophy aspect. What's going on, Ism? I want to deal with the system aspect with the what we're doing it as a people, and then look at some of the arguments I hear on panels, and because you got a lot of young men misquote themselves on these systems, and I say, no, look at here, and there's other things to look at, and I have to add links to back up and some folders to create and say this is where we at. And we talked about conservatism. I did 2 streams on that. I think SKC came on the first one, Second one was like a little off the rails, but I enjoyed it. I think Ism was on that stream as well, midway. And we covered the real topic of that series as well. But the liberal series, that went over like 11 hours. I think War Master and Mike V had a little debate on that, a little pushback about the liberalism term. And then I did a part 2 that was light, that was it. And then the libertarian stream, that was with me and Cerulean on the first part. But the second one, I'm gonna get done, and we're gonna talk about the geo-libertarianism versus the libertarian conservatism. I'm gonna bring with that same I would say website with those two, meaning right and left, where I talked about in part 1, and then I'm going to expound on what I said in the stream. So I do these a lot, on Wednesdays, because I usually do the dark history streams, and I had to cut it, and I want to do something different. I want to stick back to the philosophy aspect, and I'm just like, it's going to go out there. And same with the Monday streams. I'm going to call it the independent thinking, some off top the dome. So that's the content I will do from now on. Like, this is kind of like open discussions, like Sunday, what you call it, Thursday, and that's it. Yeah.
See, what I'm thinking about with a lot of this stuff. For instance, I was told what I was. I never really figured it out, to be honest with you, because I have so many differing points of views when it comes to what people think I should be in comparison to what I really am. As let's say just as a black man, period, point blank. So it was kind of funny because one person was sitting there like screaming at me, "You hold all these conservative viewpoints." I'm like, I'm not conservative. I just, I come from a situation right now where I was in the military. I have these points of views because I see the world from a different point of view as you. But then I was also in the hood, so then I got a little bit of that hood mentality. But I was also over here in the mansions and over here in this area. So now I have a point of view of whether or not. Or over here in the hills and stuff like that. And now I got a point of view of whether or not the situation is fiscally responsible, or whether or not money should be put to that. So it's like once you are in different worlds, and then have a let's say an all around point of view, what does that make you then? You get where I'm going with that? Like,
Yeah, I get what you're going. Yeah, you got different points of views. Basically, actually you're more of like a moderate to me. Like
that's what
what
that's
the way you sounded. Like I'll give you this way. I had to learn this the hard way too, because when I was younger, we all thought Republicans were conservative. But historically, if you think about nationalism and real nationalism, that's a liberal idea. And it took me at this age to realize that was hard to accept. Okay. When I was younger, we always thought they were the right, but really, no, the real right is the Democrats. Because conservatives, quiet as kept, want big government. Believe it or not, they lie so much on both parties. They want big corporations and big government. And that's why they push this neo socialism, wherever you want to. They want that. But capitalism, I hate to say, is a liberal idea as well. Yes, they want to make money, but they want it in a small group. Anytime you hear the term liberal in small governments, private owned, that's a liberal idea. But in military sense, they're conservative. I'll say it like this: Republicans are conservative in economic sense, right? But in the military, they're so liberal. They always want to save the bad guys for some reason, terrorists or anybody that they want to do justice and freedom, like they want to preach in America. And I scratch my head. I'm like, that is a liberal idea. It took me a while to think like that. And I think Saruin pointed that out to me. He said, no, if you really think about it, if you study history properly. And I said, it is. Because see, Democrats, yes, they liberal on economic issues. I understand why they're soft touch with it. But when they go to war, they want to smash everybody and conquest everybody, torture and do all types of wild stuff. That is a conservative idea. But see, you got to look at it that way. In a sense, that's why you get the terms like what? Liberal conservatism. That applies to Democrats. Conservative liberal applies to Republicans. Now, moderate's like in between, like he's slightly right, slightly left sometimes. He's somewhere in the middle, right? And sometimes you got some of them are centrists. The weird thing about authoritarian, libertarian, that graph they use, it's kind of slighted. We get it, but people don't understand like the two parties. Yes, they were created by Andrew Jackson, even though they split off and Republicans got their own formation later on. And they're really, if you really study that part, they're a bunch of liberals deep down. Like when I met some that's Republican, they have a lot of liberal policies overseas in a sense. I know economics is conservative, right? But them damn Democrats have always had conservative views on the military front. I never understood the politics, why they're so liberal, and that's the game they play. But I get it. When I start studying that philosophy shit, I understand why they are what they are. But you know, because when you hear democracy, people think that's they're left and all this stuff. No. They just want big government. They just want corporations. They don't care about no left and right shit. They just want to dismantle shit and destroy it and try to include everybody in. But it's like a conservative matter. They don't want all this. They have all these restrictions, laws, and all the other stuff that you hear, regulations. Yeah, you got to blame some conservatives on that because that's why most conservatives, I hate to say, vote Democrat. A lot of people say they vote Republican. Nah, most Republicans are really liberal. They pretend they're conservatives, but deep down they have liberal ideas. That's why a lot of people don't understand conservatism in its proper form. This is why I say Joe Biden's conservative, because in military sense, he's violent. We get the crime bill. We get the Barry Goldwater conservatism. He tried to bring that to the Republican side. And I discussed this in a stream, and they blew him out years ago. But that idea spread across the future conservatives later on. That's why you got a conservative party. But they always get donations from the Democrats. And they never talk about that in this space, outside of space as well, because they don't understand the brainwashing. Republicans have always been conservative. Not necessarily. No, they're not. They liberal with their money. They keep that shit private. Why you think they got private banks and 1% of everything and you can't touch it by asking them? You know what I mean? That's how liberals are. Yeah, I don't trust neither side, but that's what you got to look at. I always thought there was each side of the party, but when you really study, you'd be like, what idea are they talking about? And that's what people get confused, because if you think about nationalists, right? If you think he's slightly left, sometimes he has a republic mindset, but you know, you want your own country and everything and all the other stuff. I'm like, okay, this is what they believe. But you know, it took me a minute. It took me a minute to think like that. So that's something I ain't just learned off the fly. That's something I had to understand. Why is it like that? You know, some people think it's the other way around, but it's really the other way around. You know, if you actually talk to the people. Well, you know, I mean, go ahead. But what does he say right here? Engineering cannabis. He said military and wars are not fought on battlefield, but they all fought with tech, economics, and leverage. Yeah, true. But sometimes it goes either way. I mean, you're talking from a economics perspective, but as a party's perspective, they are what they are. So, you know, I get what he's saying on that, but a lot of people look at it different. Now, military is by force.
You know what you mistake in that situation? Then you mistake the fact that the battlefield changes.
Yeah, it does.
When we go back to the Civil War, they were used to everybody standing in the middle of a field and volleying at each other. Then it changed when they came over here trying to mess with. I believe in our Americanism. So anyway, trying to mess with us and being like, hey, you guys running out of the woods, you're not playing fair. And then it changed again, where we started making everything about air supremacy. And then it changed again. Now it's all about tech. Well, I should say it's all about the cyberspace in a way. When we did Stuxnet, and I know you know this, engineering cannabis, Stuxnet was a situation of us hacking. I don't want to say certain parties' systems, and then making it where their devices blew up. It changed. The battlefield changed, and each and every time it's going to change again. It's going to change into a situation where after a while we're going to be attacking each other in another field on like IoT type situations. So yes, it's all encompassing. Like the military or the act of war was never a one-sided type situation. It was always what tools can we use in order to win this the upper hand, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, just like you said, expound on it, like the stuff we use, that the stealth. Me and DeAndre talked about this. He used to be in the Navy, right? Just DeAndre said this. He said it does changes, and the more stealth you do in military, the weaponry and stuff like that, it defeats a lot of your opponents. I know we have agencies and things like that. I know we don't use our branch as much, and I think Saruda mentioned about the Marines and the um, other branches. He said that's Congress, and the other one is the president's favorite, the Marines. But he explained to me they work as not just teams. And if you notice, modern military, they don't go as hordes of groups anymore. They just want a 4-man team, and some of them deal with what's those missions they call it. They go into a 3-man squad. Yeah, they make them smaller, but we got private militaries that do the same thing. Like it does changes. They use tech, they use drones. What else they use? They use
Just
bombs for the androids, like with the bombs with the phones. You see in certain video games they use them, and you don't. They give you half what they tell us, but when you actually see the stuff, you be like, wow, so they actually do that. But it's actually stealth. Stealth's been around forever. I mean, man, to known the man, if you study history like Rome and whatever, and Hannibal's tactics, they still use, but it's in a stealth-like form. You know, that's the problem. People don't understand. Yeah, you can get hit with all types of weaponry, but Vietnam is a great example. That was the only one you saw the stealth play, how they got us, and then there we are, and like, oh, okay. And then we had to up our what you call weaponry with the guns. We had to get AKs like them and counter. We had to make a carbine similar to AK, you know, can handle dirt and heat and all this other stuff. You got guns that can shoot from distance, from angles, and now you got drones in a building. You got to get licensed to be a pilot. You know, it's all sorts of things in the military you can learn. But yeah, the stealth, like you said, it changes. Everything changes, even combat, the fielding, even how you take over territories. I ain't gonna say territories, but you use other people to take over territories, no matter if he's an Islamic person or not. You know, it's always money. You know, and corporations co-sign it. They be like, all right, we ain't involved in it, but let's leverage it. You know, and he said wars were fought with propaganda, for example, but the dilemmas with Facebook and also data and the supremacy over big data, that's part of it. That's part of it. I can give you that engineering cannabis, but a lot of that is through money, you know, because Facebook is one, but he's not winning nothing because he's got to deal with that human trafficking shit. And there is, and you know, he's trying to throw him under the bus. That's why I'll say metaverse won't be successful if he gets that thing under wraps. And the only way it's going to be successful, he's going to have to have a team protecting him like that. So that's why I don't trust Facebook as a whole in the future, because people are trying to take it down every day with that big data stuff. But you got hackers in the military. Not in the military, because you got terrorists. You deal with war on terror, they would say. And I don't know how they're going to combat that. But, you know, a lot of people don't trust Biden. I get it. A lot of people didn't trust Trump on it. So it's going to take somebody in the military to handle that, you know. But you got a lot of whistleblowers. That's why you can't trust them. That's why people want to do their own thing. So
every pretty much when you look at it, every government that's out there right now has a branch that is just about the cyber warfare. And on top of it, how do you get to the mind? Like, yes, propaganda is a major part of warfare, but let's just say, for instance, you don't win the minds and the hearts of the people in which you actually go to, like you go to their area, and all of a sudden you taking over in some way, shape, form, or fashion. You took down their, you know what? I'm gonna make it basic. You took down their hero, right? You're Achilles, and you took down a hero that was like favored by. Oh, wait. What was the guy's name that he killed? That was in Troy.
oh, I know who you're talking about.
Um, not no Agamemnon is who he fought
It's
for.
not Agamemnon. That's that Trojan guy. I know who you're talking about. I forget his name.
Fuck. Well, anyway, so that Trojan hero of that area, right? He was like
Mhm.
beloved by all. He had everything that they wanted in a king that was to come and all that type of stuff like that. But he got taken down by Achilles and then pretty much put on display after that part. Now you got the situation of Ag was like, look, I want what I want. And as a matter of fact, I will tear this place to bits if I don't get what I want. And when it came down to it, he could have went out there and like, you know, slowly but surely sent a few.
I think his name was Paris. Yeah, Paris or something like that.
Paris?
Yeah,
No, I think Paris was the younger.
the younger guy.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think he
his
was.
father. I forget his father. It's okay. I got it right here. It's
Um,
Agamemnon, King Menelaus. Are you talking about that's a Spartan King? That's different. Okay. Trojan. I know who you're talking about. It's a story. Yeah, he killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Achilles killed him. Yeah, it's a
Achilles.
4.0 rating. Yeah, it's a 4.0 rating. I remember this movie very well. Yeah. Hmm.
And so what happened was this though. They could have sat there and they could have did it totally different. They could have sat and waited and then sent people like, pages or something like that to go send the word and speak to them and go slowly but surely get what they want, which was Helena. But Helena and the her her when you think about it, she did actually kind of did a little bit of hypergamy all the way back then. That's the story of hypergamy when I think about it. He was pretty.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was a prince. He was. When you really think about it, that was hypergamy in history, just teaching us a lesson back then. But when you think about the whole situation, though, they could have slowly went and did what they were supposed to do by building propaganda. But what would that have done? They would have waited them out. They would have had to worry about food and resources and everything else when coming to that part. Then all of a sudden they would have had to think about the fences, everything in which those people knew their land. You can't invade and give them time to build up forces and build up steam and everything. So propaganda is like something that you do in the meantime to grab the hearts and the minds of the people. So I get where you're coming from. Like the Facebook situation, how that's going to slow down a little bit, not really, is because the whole world is anticipating it. The whole world, well, the whole first world country and everything, they're all anticipating this type of stuff. They want this to come through because these are the things that's going to give them these escapes, even though they're not thinking about it that way, but they're seeing the results of it in these movies and these TV shows and all that type of stuff like that. And a lot of those people, they're gonna be first to join on the man, on the situation where they're going to be plugged in, jacked in, or anything else that you're thinking about.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like for me. I know he has a lot of money, but this dude will escape big time because the trafficking issue, I know people was talking about legalized prostitution, but once they get that addressed, you have to balance it out. I think me and DeAndre talking about they do this a lot in Japan because they want to go back to their old ways and stuff like that. That's what people are afraid of. Well, it's inevitable. You got females that do want it. A lot of people say they don't want patriarchy. I said cap, they do because they just want control. But in reality, it's like, okay, do the men want it? Because I don't think these guys understand what proper patriarchy is. I mean, it's different levels and different systems of it, but Japan, how they do it is basically like the elites do it, picking for the litter. You don't get to pick. It's just like the family picks. It's like one of that style old classic, but everybody's got different versions how they do the patriarchy. And I said, man, I didn't know it was like that. At first I thought it was like our patriarchy, but no, when other countries is a little different. And what DeAndre told me, I said, damn, I didn't know it was like that. He said, yep. But the father, the name, and it's always something. But I don't think we're ready for that. But like,
I want it.
yeah, I mean, when I look at Zuckerberg's situation, yeah, he's got money to get off and good lawyers, but the people that's gonna take that risk, man, it's just like doing time like that, Fed time. Somebody's gonna. I hope they don't snitch, but someone's gonna take a fall for it. But I know Facebook is going to be tainted like that. But I don't know if he's going to rebrand the site or is he going to sell it or create another one. Be like Bill Gates. Yeah, you got Microsoft, but you're in Africa building stuff, for them and coming back. Because when you're a billionaire like that, that's like, oh man, because I already know where he's going. I mean, yes, in Africa because everybody's getting those minerals and stuff. And I think the Brain Trust talked about it too, talking about the minerals and the cell phone. And I think Mike V talked about it. That's kind of like the future, like he was saying in so many words. Yeah. Yeah, they fight big data, but big data, that's just a hustle. That's just an excuse. That's the propaganda right there. Really, they just want control of the territory. That's how military is. Military ain't gonna tell you what their true intentions are. And it's always some type of weapon. It could be nuclear or non-nuclear. And you can't use white phosphorus no more. Because I already know one Garrison State is known to do that because we ain't gonna mention them, but they the ones, all the war crimes we talked about. I said, damn. But but I'll tell you this, we don't do nothing about it. because we're biased. We pick and choose which country is not a terrorist country. You know, even Saudi Arabia and the garrison state that we created. It's a mess. That's why things don't go in our favor. But in the military minds, they would tell us it is on our favor. You know what I mean? Because that's how the politics get messed up. And then you try to argue with these people about the ideologies while I do these exercises. You got to really do your own research. Like, you cannot agree to that. Now, I understand they're going to stay in that belief. You can't change people. Let them be who they are. And just, you know, that's what I've noticed when I got older. When I was younger, I used to get in that stuff. I said, nah, I'm just going to let you have it. Because it took me a minute when you actually study the real truth of it. And you're like, oh, man. And yeah, money's part of it. And the military industrial complex is another one. It's another one. Budget. And they use tech to do it. Like Engineering Ken said, that's part of it too. And it's how you going to take that down. You know, that's what you got to look at. That's all I got to say on that. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you really look at that, though, if you really, every military, pretty point blank, tech is military.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, every part of an advancement or a leader or some type of gaining of strategy has been the movement of some sort of tech that put them in place. We were bow and arrows at one point, right? Throwing spears and all that type of stuff.
Right. Rock spears. I would say stone rock, little daggers, one point in every culture. The guns came in later.
But no, not even the gun part. Not even the gun part. Just the whole aspect of some men went over to the Eurasias and said, "Hey, you see this? They have this powder. They have this black powder. That black powder alone was the technology that advanced the situation towards."
Yeah, with those weapons and cannons. But okay, if you want to take a step further, okay, Egypt had the spears, the daggers, but once they had those damn sickles, some sharp blades, that was your modern day assault rifle. I hate to say that. And then you had the swords later on. And that would be your I had to go for it. That's the Templars and your Visigoths, your Celts, or what they call them, Celts or Gals, whatever. They was vicious back then. This is when beheading became normal, lynchings and stuff like that. That's why you see games like Witcher 3 goes back to those days when people used to live like that and died like that. They ate the same way we did, but their technologies was different. But the advancement, if you look at the Nilfgaardians, they were based off those empires. They did that on purpose to create that. And I'm glad they did it, you know, because as a kid, we never seen nothing like that, you know, in games like that. And I tell them, like, look, when we was growing up, we read books about that stuff, the armor plates, the knights, you know, humans, whatever. But the Egyptians, they had all the nice, pretty empire. Other empires did too, but not as great as theirs. But everybody copied them later on. If you start studying dark history, you'd be like, well, damn, they had all the spears and all the mechanics and technology, and they had the advancements, and they had all the gear. But the swords got sharper, the steel got harder, all that, the armor, the horses, whatever, and over time the conquest. And then when you get down to Rome, Rome had all the technology. What they did to I think Hannibal the first time. And I think he sacked the area too, of course. And I guess our military adopted his tactics. I think we discussed that on here. The Second Punic War was vicious. Scipio and his boys, they did some damage, and they killed his brother, Has Durable, in Spain. Behead him, and it's awful. And then you got your Third Punic Wars and like that. But that led that style of military forever. That stealth style that what Hannibal used to do to the opponents, and they did the same thing too. They studied his movements and they said, you know what, we're going to use this too. And this is where man got more sophisticated with his armor. Then you saw it in the Renaissance period. See, the Dark Ages and the like that, then the Black Plague, you saw that too, and people still fighting. You had bandits, you have all that stuff. And then when it got to the Renaissance period, the rebirth, this is where Spain tried to grow. They copied Italy and things like that. And then you got the warships, new style of military, the mechanics, the cannons. Later on, you didn't have, I don't think you had frigates at this time. No, frigates came from the French. I think the Spanish never had frigates. No, that's a French boat. So they was competing with Spain, Italy in the waters. Because see, Greece had it first, right? And then you had Rome and all the other stuff. Shalom Wacky. And you have all this stuff. And then you have all types of stuff going on later on. Spain had the slave trade like everybody else, a combination of Arabs and, you know, and the blacks and the whites that got involved, the Dutches. But the Buccaneers ruined it for everybody. They was trying to conquest from treasure, and they had the cannons they got it from Spain. Most of their ships come from Spain. They plundered. The French was later. They aligned with them because Britain was getting stronger. Britain had all the artillery, and the way they cheated, they had an empire growing. France was on the decline along with Spain because if you study we talked about the Haitian Revolution on one timeline. That's what Cerulean said. He said Spain was a threat to France, but you know what they did? Yeah, they defeated the Spanish, but the French used the black slaves or black people, thought they was going to be free, and then enslaved them again. Next thing you know, what's going on, gay base salute. And the black people got tired of having enough of it, and then he made that croissant joke. It was history, and then they overthrew the French, and there you go, and they named the island. I think it was called Haiti at the time, yeah. And then they got their independence. Saw what happened to the money. I think Information Man broke it down. He said the $1 billion went to them eventually because they weren't able to maintain it. The French was so dirty, and it just shows you where we are as a people or a collective. But yeah, all wars in every culture, if you go back, had some type of technology advancement, and the gun powers came later. Yes, we had spears, we had swords, armor, languages, enslavement, conquest and politics, certain systems that work. And sometimes they ain't always with the women. It started with Congress and their own senates. I think that's how Rome fell. I think Serena said that. Yeah, that was part of it. Combination of the women, and it died within. And that's why Rome was so great, because it was the first Reich, because they had the Holy Roman Empire, and then Prussians, they was connected with them, and I think they had a history after that. So I already know what happened to them, because a lot of them crossbreeded. That's what happened to those Prussians. So, and I think Putin tried to bring that back, and they tried to tell them, you're not bringing that shit over here. That's why Russia's being quiet. They ain't no threat, really. They think they are, but they're really not. Our military is still crazy. Every other country say, yeah, we got missiles. Yeah, we got nukes. Yes, we got drones. We got the stealth play. like engineering camps say, with the phones, bombing each other. It's just, we got all types of problems that can collapse this country. Yeah.
There's a situation right now where pretty much there's this thing back in the hacking world, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing where you can go and you can search for different, let's say, not websites, Wi-Fi signals, right?
Right.
Well, now take that and put that into a system where you're searching for different signals coming off of different devices. So say this person has like a heart transplant, or the person has a like one of those like if you got sleep apnea, so like one of those devices.
Yeah.
So now it has a specific type of signal that goes along with it because of the way that it works. And if it keeps doing certain things, after a while, you get a signal, you get a pattern, and then from there, that pattern could be recognized as device, right? Now, there's things out there right now that it can look at the electrical pulse from it, or look at the pattern from it, and boom, we know that that device is in the area. That device being in the area, that means that this person is here, because that person is the only person that has that kind of device in this area. Blow it up. It's
Yeah.
serious. And like the only thing that holds, I'm gonna say, America back on most of it is our moral sense of compass.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's part of it. Like I said, I talked about, I don't want to say Republicans in particular. It's just, my thing is, you can't not be conservative on military issues. And I understand based off the party, and I know people call them conservative. How are they conservative? They have too much moralism and all that. I think, well, take it back. It is a liberal idea, my fault, because it is one and the same. But that's our problem. I think as a people, we don't like to see people get killed, where I think the average civilian, whatever. But I mean, that war comes with a price. Even the stuff we learned, the hacking, the killing, and all that, that's part of war. It's an art of war, they would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the game. Like it took me to realize when I got a little older, and I tell people that it's just what it is. I learned to accept it. When I was younger, I didn't really care, but it happens. But it happens. I mean, it happens. Customs are coming back in full force in America. Yeah, they are. I agree with what Art said, right? Yeah, they are. I see several instances, and
And it's mostly
it's just
because of men, though. It's
yeah,
mostly
men.
because men are
Yeah,
fed up and they want customs to come back so that
yeah,
we can get a better handle on the thing and where the world is going.
yeah. They have to because it's not what type of man, it's how you're going to produce in society, no matter what we're doing online, offline. But that's the culture that we're trying. Yes, we create culture. I agree with that. It's just women, they think they created. No, 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 no. You're guided by the culture, but you also guided by power. Anytime a woman sees power and force, even if she's getting captured or enslaved, or if you have them in your group that believes in you, you know, I saw this in 300, which is weird to me. It was a saying, right? I think Leonidas's men went away to fight the Persians, right? And the guy, you know, his own men, you know, I ain't gonna say the R word, I'm gonna say graped, you know, what happened in that scene and how he did that in the kingdom. And then they were still fighting. And they had this damn hunchback. He was gonna betray them. He thought he was gonna join their little team. But you know what happened? He felt disrespected and joined the other side, changed the tide of the whole war. That just shows you right there, you don't have no trust. But even though eventually the Spartans did defeat the after they showed you they defeat the Persians, but see in the beginning the Persians thought they were stronger. But it happened. It's part of the game. You know, it's just you win some, you lose some. But the people of Sparta came back and smashed them. You know the real history behind that. So yeah, it's a lot of movie references you can reference. But in true story, if you see the pictures and the actual stones, yes, combat was a must. Metal shields and spears and swords and daggers was the norm, especially the spears. That was your sniper rifles, your rifles, and your bow and arrows were your actual sniper rifles. Then they had flames on them. Like a lot of people don't know, a lot of arrows, you can use them as flamethrowers too to kill people. That actually did happen, and they got burned alive. You know, that's factual, and they did use that. That's technical right there. That's small technology. That's ancient. You can talk about the Gilgamesh period. They were the first that did the tech in the darker cultures like African culture, what you call Asiatic cultures, whatever. The white cultures learn from us. They just figure out, all right, we're going to use these. But over time, they start making what you say that powder and what you call gunpowder, cannon, and all that. That changed the ball game. That was in Europe. And when that thing spread, when you talk about the Buccaneers or pirates and stuff like that, well, I call them Buccaneers because pirates say professional privateers. That's when the seas became normal. It all started in Greece, and then actually started in Egypt and Greece, all the way to Rome. And then later you saw Italy getting their ships, Spanish, French, British, and that was it. And then America became the future of the waters, what you got today, like the Marines, Navy, Army deals with land, air, and whatever. And then I think the Air Force broke off to the Army. You know how that gets. But, you
Sooner or
know,
later, we will consume you back in, Air Force.
yeah,
they
yeah. Yeah, they don't even realize it.
tried,
But a lot of
they
times, you
tried,
know what's so funny?
they tried to
The
do it
yeah,
like 4 years ago, right? They tried to do it,
yeah,
right? And the Air Force was like, "Oh no, no, wait, no." I would think it was like 6 years ago. The Air Force was like, "Oh no, this ain't happening." They moved all their stuff off of the center of the universe to the Army. It was the funniest thing in the world. They were like, we're gonna make our own stuff, and now we got this whole Space Force thing, and that's that's even more of them trying to like separate themselves from the Army. But right now the money is the part that's actually keeping them separated, and the little things that they do here and there. But slowly but surely, you will turn back into the Marines, to the Army, Air Force,
oh
guaranteed.
yeah.
I mean, stop. I'm just messing with the Air
I
Force.
mean, no, it's some truth to that. And I mean, yes, private military control these things, but you know what's so funny about most of those people in the private military? They have a Marine background. Some of them got the Army, the Navy. Even though the president trusts the Marines more than any other branch, which is funny, but they all work together with the Marines. I say, oh, okay, that's cool. But that's our military. That's our American military. They do work together even when they're separate. But Air Force, you're hard headed. You're hard headed. That's your Army base. You know, they got the same fatigues, but the Marines never change their colors. I think Cerulean told me, he said, we don't see no Marine commercials no more. Oh, of course you ain't gonna see it because they know what time it is. They have to live up to their name. They're very traditional. and I think my grandfather was a World War II vet. Rest in peace to him. He died in '97, but he loved the Marines, even though he was a Navy guy. But he loved them motherfuckers, man. I never understood why, but I understand why. The water,
Oh yeah,
land, air, and sea. Yeah,
those little crayon eating killers. Like,
yeah, yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm messing with the Marines now. Nah,
yeah.
but
I know.
they come in.
Some people call them jarheads, and they don't really care deep down. But that violent war song that's Ruin played, I scratched my head. I said, "Man, he shouldn't have played that." I said,
Look,
"Damn."
look, it's a lot more songs that y'all probably don't know about that we had to sing all the time.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Uh,
violent war songs. It's so many. Y'all got so many. It's not even funny. And they think
but
rap is bad. They think rap is bad, and I try to tell them, no, them military war songs is wild. Even the ones back in the 18th century, man, what they used to sing, man. Oh man.
it gets you in. It definitely indoctrinates you. It definitely puts a certain type of mindset into you. And it's funny because with a lot of situations, a lot of the songs that they actually put into play, precursors, things that you're actually about to do. When it, say for instance, just off of just training. So sometimes you'll be singing a song about, like, the cold blue steel in your hand and stuff, and putting it in somebody's gut and raising it to their throat,
Yeah.
so on and so forth. Like now you like just within that moment, now you're actually practicing doing these type of things all of a sudden. I personally had some things blow up next to me, so I always think of a whole bunch of different situations that go with uh, taking over an area, bombing things up, so on and so forth. Mother, the mother of the army, so on and so forth. I'm not giving out names because I don't want people to be particularly keen on whatever we're talking about, because we got people who are not of our area from listening to us as well. But yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff that you'll learn when you get around in that type of vicinity, that area, learning from certain types of people. They weren't my people, but I will say I did become theirs.
Yeah. And that's usually what it is. I have some military in my family, and they talk about different branches they were in, and it's a lot of their songs put in instillment. A lot of that's natural, and that goes back to, like I say, about those cultures. Even every culture had war songs, and it's pride. A lot of it, they just beat it in your head. It's kind of like, see, the music we listen to, that ain't nothing. I mean, it is pride too on the street. I mean, people do kill each other like savages out here, but in the military, it's a necessary evil, and it's a learned behavior. And if you've been in it too long, and especially if you become a leader and instructor, and one of them told me, even when I was serving, um, as a I'll say I was like a barista on my job, and I was talking to military guys. They tell me, no, they ingrain that shit in you. Even if you become a lieutenant one day, or a sergeant, or leader of that military troops, you got to put that shit in their head. That's just process. It's a mental thing. And once you accept that, you just be a ticking time bomb. I said, damn, all that killing. Then you see it in action. They actually showed me videos of that, small pieces of it. And they said, that's what they do, man. Not what they show you on the news. Like they try to, what you call it, theorize y'all's little thing. Nah.
Mhm.
When you actually see the real shit in different news, actually other news, they show you what they do, and actually they instruct them. It's just paramount, and it's hard to go against it because people love it so damn much. Because yeah, it's an addiction. People have addiction to a lot of things, but the military is like their life, man. If you want to be a part of that and survive that, hey, you gotta be a dangerous dude, you gotta be a stealth dude, and you gotta be about your mission. Sometimes you don't have to kill people to get the territory. It only takes one what did engineer can say? Propaganda message, yes, tech. I know it's not fair, but that's just part of it. It is what it is. I mean, I don't argue with that. Like, nah, he got him.
It takes
Some
one
situation, yeah,
situation. It takes
yeah.
one situation of consuming somebody's. Let's say, for instance, you know what? I got one for us, a historical one. These
Okay.
people, that everything about them is about this one particular product that comes in and out of their area. Now, the money usually that they get does not actually go to the people. It doesn't go to the actual to the citizen. It goes pretty much to the higher ups and then comes back down, right? So with that
Mm-hmm.
part being said, now these people, they have what they have, but then the regular people have nothing. So when you destroy their main manufacturing or their main port of input and output, their GDP, their gross domestic product, right? At that very moment, you've just disrupted their whole world. And with doing that, you just literally took over the country. So burn up. Let's say, for instance, we blow up a pipe and start burning the oil on purpose. And then all of a sudden, when all the people are so out there worried about that, trying to maintain and make sure that that's good, you take out the head. And there you have it. Good old American politics. And it's so like, you know who did what and how they did it just by seeing the tactics that they used, if you're in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that, man. You know, it's just one of those things that, you know, you learn about stuff about people. And that's why I'm kind of in between going against the military, but I understand why they do it. You know, it's kind of hard. A lot of people love it. And, you know, and I try not to offend nobody because I got family in the military too. And it's kind of hard because you got a lot of black people say, oh, this white man's army and all that stuff. You know, I think the general said that. Well, the general has to understand a lot of people, that's that, like I said, propaganda in the news again, right? People have their own biases, and this is where people call them the leftists and right that. Nah, it's just some people are anti-war veterans, and you got some that are anti-war or pro-war. And it gets like that sometimes. Like you said, like, yeah, they don't get to the people. You know, this is where you got a lot of anarchists. And I might have to mention that next Wednesday about that. Why is it like that? You know, the ideologies and things like that. But our military, it's weird, you know, and I know what did B just say. He said, yeah, they're a little utilitarian. Yeah, they're a little bit. You got some leaders are a little liberal, but you got some of them are conservative and don't care. Just be like Biden. No, let's kill this country. Let's get it over with. Let's take the tech resources, the money, the what you call it, their interests. And if they don't agree, let's embargo you. You know, like they do in North Korea. But that's a waste of time. I mean, that boy's just crazy. But you know, but hey, you know, I just let
for a second,
yeah.
sir. I'm gonna drop
All
down
right.
for a second. I'm gonna come back.
All right. Yeah. But you know, I'm just like saying that's the whole point of just the whole point of it, you know, that aspect of the world, man. Like, yeah, it's just one of those things that you got to deal with. Like, I was learning about all the politics in the world, man. It's just you got to do what you got to do. But we will talk about that. It's when they talk about libertarianism. We will talk about the geo-libertarianism and the libertarian conservatism. We're going to reference that stream to my stream the other week of that Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We're going to talk about it and go in depth on it. And then we're going to go on that stream what I was really talking about and expound on these things. So yeah, this is the thing. And I'm going to stay with it. But with me, I'm just like, okay, we're going to be here. We're going to talk about it. And that's just that, you know? And yeah, like I said, tech is a huge part of it. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a huge part, always. But I'm here now. I know it's 5:34. It's been 2 hours, 2 hours in. Appreciate you everybody coming through, but you know, it's still open discussion. I got time today. I got time to game. Salute to Raj Will. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. You know, we got all types of people coming in here today. You know what I'm saying? But you know, but yeah, this is Sunday Madness. We can talk about this all the time, but you know, a lot of people just come through and things like that. I know everybody's a little busy and effort, so you know. But as what I was saying in so many words, it's just like when you look at the military and the history of it and study all the stuff, the mechanical stuff we did. I mean, you want to talk about cutlasses and things like that. we had those type of weapons, but the guns, the single barrel guns like that came later. That's when they really did some damage. And we was talking about that in discussion. I'm looking on here on the screen. You had stealth weapons that had air guns and things like that. You know, you'd be surprised what we had. If you do more research, the weapons were it just was out there, man. I'm not even mad about people trying these weapons and things like that nature. So it is what it is. But for me, for y'all, like, look, I like talking about topics like these, and I just put it in a format. The open session, we can talk about current events all the time. That's all I talk about on these open discussions. Really, current events on here, offline, and whatever, and what's going on with people in the community and things like that. That's what I do, man. I try to be fair. So, yeah. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, peace, man. What's going on, man?
Good. I'm just talking about a little technology in the military and things like that. Stuff I discussed last week. You know, I think I did a libertarianism stream. I think Cerulean gave me some links I'm gonna go over, and he talked about the racism in the libertarian I did last week. Yeah, it was like a decent discussion on it, and I'll talk about the other two parts of it this week on this Wednesday. So, you know, what I say from that philosophy, the geo part of it, and then you got your conservatism part of it. So the right and left. Interesting stuff that he sent me. You know, yeah, talk about Ron Paul and others, Iran. You know, yeah, man.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up because Larry Sharp on YouTube, Sharp with an E at the end.
Yeah,
he's a libertarian himself. He's a black libertarian, or he's mixed. He's like black and Latino, and so he's from New York. And I brought this up to him a couple months ago on his live stream. You know, because the question was, how do you get more black people who are dissatisfied with both parties to come to the libertarian side? And I said, you have to also deal with the racism inside the libertarian party. A lot of those people are basically, you know, closet racists themselves. They claim that they don't trust the government and, you know, they just want to be left alone. But in reality, when things that really do impact black people that would bring them to the libertarian side, they pretty silent, or they don't even want to act on it, you know, on the best interests of black people, right? If you're going to expand the libertarian movement, you know, to be more inclusive with black people, they're not doing a good job at it. And so I brought that up to him, and he was like, "Yeah, I somewhat agree. I'll see if I can find a stream for you, and I'll put it in the back chat so that you can watch it later. It's only like 20 minutes or so, but he acknowledges as a libertarian himself in New York that the libertarian movement is not as inclusive as the other two parties and the other two movements. And so libertarianism, for all intents and purposes, man, it basically allows white people to mask their racism in a different way that liberals and quote unquote conservatives don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you study the liberal conservative mindset of the right, it's really, yeah, like you said, Mike, it is a white only thing. That's what I've noticed. That's my crux of it. Now, if you're a libertarian left, you have to be like a geo-libertarian. I forget what that is. I mean, it's still white. They have Latinos in it, which I'm scratching my head. Like, why do you want to join on the left side of it? They get treated like shit, treated worse than the far left people. Because what they do is an oxymoron, because they represent a little bit of big government and small government, like a medium. But the right is strictly small government. And to me, that's not a conservative idea. It's basically a liberal idea. But their racism, like you said, overpowers that. That's the overt ones. That's the ones I had an issue. And it took me a while to study about why Republicans are so liberal like that on military issues. And it makes sense. And I see why. And like what Lightbearer said, yeah, they are. And they practice the conservative politics as a front, like you got in these spaces. And that's what I mean by conservative and liberalism together, because that's what they do. And I've noticed in history what Republicans do, that nationalist racism way is so far right and fascist. you already know what time it is. Because see, on the left or in between, whatever you want to call it, it could be conservative, like left or right, whatever. But actual conservative, he's really democratic. I hate to say that because he's the one want big government and want the spending, all that. But I'm not hating on the spending. It's really a military spending. It's not the economics. Economics can vary. Some people can tweak it. They can change laws. I've seen Democrats actually do more law changing than Republicans do. And then you got conservatives co-sign that. They want the healthcare and things like that. And they try to say Republican conservatives want healthcare. Not necessary, because really they're really liberals. They pretend to be conservatives. And if you think about the ideas, you'd be like, oh, I see why. I see why. And then yes, their politics is liberal, but it's conservative. But people forget, yeah, this country is founded by liberals. It's always have been, always will be. Just don't be fooled by the ideologies of Andrew Jackson, how he create those two parties, and they had a special purpose. Yeah, you can talk about the Whigs and the Federalists all day, but he created those two. And then, yes, they split up. And then, like we mentioned, the Barry Goldwater. I mean, he was the first conservative of the Republicans in history, even though you had two conservatives fighting each other on two parties. And we already know who won that. That was Johnson. They just didn't co-sign the physical conservative doctrine by Barry Goldwater. And that kind of slipped away in the years later with the Lee Atwaters, you guys like Q Wilson's, then you got your Operation Earnest Voice, and then you got your guys like the Bushes and all down to Biden. You know, he's one of the last of that. And then you do have conservatives have liberal mindsets, but they're not Biden-like. You know what I mean? That's what you got in Democrats. And then you got your left. But they didn't want no real left like a Bernie Sanders, because now he fits well in the Green Party and those independents that he talks about. But yeah, but that's what you got. That's what you got. So
yeah, I mean, America's philosophy and ideology it is about capitalism, and it's not so much about the making money aspect, but the hoarding of resources and hoarding the resources away from Black people specifically. And so when they deny you, create redlining, deny you opportunities, even though the country has plenty of money to go around, the idea is to reinforce that caste system onto Black people so that they know where their place is versus where white people's place is. And so the idea of a Bernie Sanders running the country runs completely counter narrative to what the majority believe in, which are white people hoarding resources from people and taking land and all of that type of stuff. You know, that runs counter narrative to their ideas.
Right. Yeah. And they don't want nobody like that because he'll make some changes, and there you are. I think Kennedy was one of them too, try to do that, and they killed him. Same with Lincoln. Anybody that tried to go against the grain, you out of there. You know, I guess they don't want that. They said, "No, we don't need you." Last time we had that was Kennedy, Lincoln tried to do something like that. They changed in time. At first, they were different, but then they changed in time. They wasn't going against. They wasn't going for their little bullshit. So, yeah, blacks had opportunity in those times, but people got to understand the racism and the voting, the laws changing, and like I said, like you said, that caste system, that class, it matters. You know, that's why you see us on the bottom. But you know, it's plenty of wealth around. They just you ain't getting nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, because the perspective that they have is that Black people are fighting for more equity within the social system itself, and white people are hoarding all of that, creating the inequity itself by their ideology and their beliefs. And so, how do you square the circle on that, right? And somebody like a Bernie Sanders is seen as radical to the common narrative, and then somebody like Obama is also counter narrative to the status quo. And so the issue isn't so much about money, but the issue is about opportunity. How do you create more equitable outcomes that's going to be beneficial to Black people overall? because it's really black people that they're really going after. I mean, this whole Ahmaud Arbery thing, Kyle Rittenhouse, all of this really traces all the way back to how black people are situated within the caste structure.
Yeah. Rittenhouse is another show. What's going on, Simply Neat? And same with the Ahmaud Arbery. They did that last year. They didn't want to talk about him, but they want to talk about that George Floyd being this, being a criminal and that. But we saw the outcome of that this year. How that guy got 20 plus years, and the other guy's got life. And I saw that youngster, he's about to die in that courtroom. I said, but that's what he get. That was modern day lynching. They didn't want to say that on TV, but that was modern day lynching. What I saw from that footage, I was like, oh no. Yeah, they wasn't gonna get off. Not around Thanksgiving. They didn't want that bloodshed. If it wasn't around Thanksgiving, they would have got off, knowing Georgia's history.
But the thing is, how would they have got off, right? We saw what happened with what's this the black guy who not Candace Owens, not Candace Owens, what's his dude's name? Damn, sir, you know his name, man.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Nah, give me 1 second. Let me look up his name.
Okay.
I don't know how I forgot his name so quickly. Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, Brandon Tatum. Yeah.
Yeah, he made that video advocating as if these guys had a legitimate chance to get off. And I'm saying the prosecutors and the defense couldn't make the case for him, and the prosecutors made a better case, and the jury decided. How can you come back later and say, well, here's how they could have got off? No, that's not how it works. If you kill somebody unjustly, that's pretty much the consequence. But you have people like that who are in the community, man, who basically undermine every opportunity that's out there for black people to move forward.
Yeah. Well, the reason I say what he was saying is, like, if there was if it was Rittenhouse, it wouldn't have mattered. But the funny thing is, knowing Georgia's history, they would look at it sideways, how the laws was, and there was no way they would cut off. No, because it's vigilantism that was wrong. But maybe if it was no vigilantism, they would find some way to try to get them off, like, corrupt lawyers, knowing the crime rates here and the police in here and other counties. Yeah, the racism would have been played. They would use the caste system. But since it's on film, that's what got them. And then they saw how they did it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't have got off. But see, if it was no film, think about it. You wouldn't have never heard the end of it. It would have been thrown out. Where's your evidence? That's how they think down here. But then they realized the evidence, and it kind of hurt them. They said, you know what? And they saw the Thanksgiving. They said, no, we're gonna give them that life sentence. And they did what they supposed to do. There's no way, because it was on tape, and they knew Thanksgiving was around the corner. They said, let's not piss these Negroes off, because the Rittenhouse case they was looking at that too. I was looking at a lot of cases in the Chauvin case. So the pressure of the Chauvin case got them too. If that case wouldn't have been what it been, they would have did Ahmaud Arbery. There had been a lot more riots, but they didn't want that. See, America has a history, want to play the good guys all the time, but they always been bad guys to us. You know what I mean? That good guy image in the military. And that's why I was referenced to Lightbearer. That's our problem. And it's hard. That's why everybody say F the military, and it's a white man's army. You get that resentment from the history with us in the relationship with the police and law enforcement and the military. And that's the problem with people. That's why a lot of us don't like to join it. Yeah, it's got great opportunities, but the problem is it's the racism behind it. That's the crux of it. You got to go back to 18th century, ever since the inception of this country. And you still gonna have that problem. You got some that people love it. I mean, shots at the ones that serve, but I'm just saying, there's people that ain't gonna like that. It's a split. As a people, we'll never overcome that. That takes time. That takes effort to get where we are. Like you said, man, like, yeah, You got to look at that casteism aspect. It's going to take us a minute to get to embrace that. And I try to tell Serene, like, a lot of times people ain't going to accept that. It's that history. It's a lot of research you got to do on it. And I'm learning myself. You know, I understand the racism. Don't get me wrong. I'm not denying it. It is a problem. But, you know, she said, did she say Larry Elder? No, not Larry Elder. That was Brandon Tate.
No, in my experience, racism knows no party at this point.
Right. I agree with that. Yeah.
That's why I find it interesting that a lot of these guys will side on that side. And I'm like, you do realize those people don't like us, right? You know, but to each his own. You know, if you want to go over there, that's your business. But just make sure that when the ish hit the fan, you don't come running back to Sir Obadiah's panel saying, "Yo, they got me."
Yeah. You can't be crying, call foul. You can't do that. That's part of life. It's called accountability, and you can't be ashamed and own up to it. It's like I said, part of it's dereliction, part of it's, you know, it's a day-to-day fight, but you can't cry about the military not helping you. Now, some of them are decent, but you got a lot of them do practice racism in those branches. Branches have no, what you call racism, branch has no lines either. That goes with party and everything else, but it's a fight, but you can't get mad. That's just part of this country's history. And I had to learn to accept that too growing up. And I said, you know what? Nobody's trying to hear that.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, you're right. Because these dudes, the problem is they so infatuated with the right so damn much. It's the brainwashing. It's like what did engineering camp say? The propaganda. That's what you got. That's the problem. Yeah.
Nah, but I mean, at some point, you're gonna have to choose what's in the best interest collectively, because people say they vote independently, right? They'll say, "Oh, you know, I vote my interest," and I'm saying your interest is not singular to the ballot itself, because when they put a ballot question on there, that ballot question isn't just for you; it's for everybody. Everybody's voting on that, you know, that question that's on the ballot. And so, if you're gonna look at it from that perspective, then you're only doing a disservice for yourself, in my opinion. But when you engage politics from a collective standpoint, then it makes a lot more sense to say, okay, I probably don't want my jobs being exported to Mexico. I probably don't want, you know, higher taxes on people making less than $100,000 a year. I don't want things like that, right? So,
yeah. You got to look at it like that. I know people vote for their interests and things like that, but when it comes down to choices, people usually vote who they vote for. I don't say nothing about it. I'm glad I didn't vote for Trump's ass, because he's bad for the economics and he dissed the military. That's a no. That's big money. And they determine how the economics and these accountants, all that, they work together as a team, just like Congress. You can't have one without the other. I learned that too when I researched that. Yeah, we got the military money. That's what's keeping us sustained, and the food shortages and all that. They got to make sure that's what this country is founded on. But the economic part of it is a huge piece, how the military maintains itself. You know what I mean? Because it's like, say if you have a ship, if you don't have no cannons, it's like Congress, right? Mm-hmm. You cannot have empty cannons and there you are, and that ship's got a lot of stuff. You know, it's like a competition in war, especially in sports. You got to have your team set the right way. It's like anything else is like a game to them. You cannot have that. You got to work together. Without it, you won't stand. That's how Rome fell. They had too much infighting, but they were stretched in on the military front, and that's what people forget. That's how Rome fell. It's a combination of why they fell the way they fell. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Senate, it was Congress, yeah. And the women was a small part. It wasn't a huge part, like they say in this video. Oh, the women destroyed the empire and all that. No. It's a combination of a lot of things. You got to look at it from a integral perspective, like y'all talk about in the brain trust. It makes sense, yeah, because if you study history properly, you'll get it. What happens is the propaganda studies too much on one side. You know, you guys look at it as a whole. So that's the problem. And you understand, yeah, historically, we know the right's always been evil in every other culture. You know, fascism is a big spew. You know, it's a big spew because it has its problems like everywhere else. And like he mentioned the First Reich we talked about, we mentioned the Second Reich, Third Reich. Yeah, American is the Fourth Reich in a way because we got personal problems, race, what you say, caste system equals classism. You know, yes, the banking, we don't control that. Mm-hmm. It's all types of banking around the world. It's private. And they ain't conservative. They don't care about no conservative. They liberal too. They just have a different way of their neoliberalism in their way, and their little racism. And you got to travel different out there. I think Deanna said you got to have different passports. Yeah, you do. Most people do if you have that type of money. You know, average people do. But the billionaires got the extra shit. I do know that. And he was talking about LeBron's little money he gets off his business. Oh, yeah, he's up there. Yeah, he ain't gonna tell you his real stuff we talked about off air and what we was talking about. Yeah, that's a real thing. But people don't know, man. That's just, hey, you gotta have one or the other. You know, you just can't cry about one thing and then there you are. But you got dudes in the space co-sign a lot of stuff. But I'm not mad because that's just how they are. That's just how they were raised. They was taught that, and a lot of it's taught, you know. And I can't teach them to be the same. What's going on, DeAndre? Hell, gray skull. What's going on, man? But, you know, yeah, I'm not even tripping at this point because that case with Ahmaud Arbery showed their true colors. Oh, they didn't make no videos on that. Yeah, they had to shut up. They had to shut up on that.
No, they took their videos down too.
Yeah,
they had a lot of cats did fentanyl.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah,
all that.
They took down their content. So
yeah. That's what they do. I mean, if you hold that mirror in their face, they don't want to hear that. See, that's why I argue with dudes like that. Because once I get him, it's over. When I mention that Chauvin case, that's why he's mad when I say give him that nickname. He kept calling it Fentanyl Floyd. He hates that. I'm gonna give him another name with that Ahmaud Arbery case, and he would really be pissed off. I'd just be trolling the shit out of him. But that's the type of person he is. He's the type that spearheaded those guys with the Chauvin case and Ahmaud Arbery. And he tells on himself when he speaks on panels. I told Art, this is what you get from these guys. It's like that in the real world. They come online and spew that rhetoric. And this is what YouTube's trying to destroy. Yes, you have the incelian behavior, but it's right wing. You know what I mean? That's not healthy for the younger people. And they think it's okay to be crazy. You know, that's why you got the Molly Yiannopoulos, the Ben Shapiro's, and your Jordan Peterson's, he's weak as hell, but everybody else is just the Brandon Tatums. They exist. They don't practice what they preach, but they exist. You co-sign a bunch of races like David Duke and them. They exist. Oh, they have a documentary about who's extremely right or not. I saw that shit and then saw the same people on that list. I said, shook my head. This is before I came back in these newer spaces. I was just like, man, these dudes is crazy. But that's what you get. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I put that link in the back chat for you.
Okay. Okay. I'll watch that later. Yeah. But yeah, man, that's crazy where I talk about the libertarian series that I'm doing. This is this one is gonna be my final one, and then I'm gonna talk about the systems together. Post some links and, you know, talk about all in one stream. I'm gonna start doing that from now on because that way it gives you so much information. And then we'll start pulling up links when we want to talk about anarchism and things like that. I know there's books on that because a lot of people misuse these terms loosely. and they just like, you know, these younger guys are coming in these spaces like that. I'm like, man, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all be listening to the wrong people. Y'all can't be saying stuff.
And they believe in the wrong things.
Yeah.
Yeah, believing in a lot of things that typically don't have any real sort of structure to it and any sort of historic reference. It's like, where'd you get that from? Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah, I got that from, you know, somebody else. And it's like, nah, did you read the source? What was the source? So, oh yeah, nah, you know, I mean, this happened on Art Newstall's panel the other night, so I'm bringing it up because
Yeah.
yeah,
I figured that. I was there.
Yeah, yeah. You know, the people talking about Haiti and whatnot. I'm like, you're acting as if the people who are in charge now have been in charge for the last 50 years or the last 100 years for that matter. And it's like, nah, that's not what happened. There's a historic timeline that you can follow that shows that how they got to this point. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret at all. It's all kind of public knowledge. So
yeah. Information Man talked about it. It's a lot of people talk about it.
yeah.
Yeah. And we talk about it on this channel too. Or Cerulean, he taught that to Triple Black. No, Spain was a threat. French overthrew them over time. And the same people they enslaved, they finally overthrew them. And it was a process. But they almost was going to be billionaires in that island. And you know what the French did? Took half of their money, man. Their resources and stuff. That's why Haiti's messed up. We messed it up. We participated over time.
Yeah.
You know, the Brits, that's why Jamaica's messed up. You know, yeah, they have these territories. Yeah, they got the independence, but still, they still got problems. They're not us. They want us to help them a lot, but sometimes we taking a resource and travel. You know what I mean? People don't understand. Our military is something else. And it's not the military's fault. It's the people behind the military. It's the banks and the combination of a lot of people, the interest, political interest. It's like that game, like I try to tell you, everybody's got to, that's why a lot of people don't like politicians in the military. So yeah, and then these young dudes think we're doing something great. No, we're not. We're no better than nobody. I mean, China's not even a threat. China can't even afford a military. They learn for us. They ain't trying to rule nothing. They're not that type of country to conquest like that. If you study them historically, the British tell you they like half of them are nice and other of them just stuck in the Maoist time. They can't even afford military budgets. You know what I mean? They look at us like we got all the money in military budget. Yeah, because we got the most guns. We crazy. Yeah, we had the racism. Yeah, the bloodshed. And like engineering can say with the technology, yeah, I don't want to say we're cheaters, but we did cheat our way to warfare. And we study other people's tactics. I mean, if you have a country that's almost like an empire, which it is, you're going to have a lot of problems with this country. So the only way to defeat a country, it has to be within. It can't be out because we're stretched in, but the inside, you take the black people off the military and the tech, it's over. That's what they use for. We're killing machines. See, in sports, it's the same way. The difference is sports, you have a retirement, you get not a pension, but you get some type of reward. Military don't get no reward like that. It's only a few. So that's why people don't want to join. They want to play it safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's out of our control because, you know, some people can make the moves. I mean, black man, yeah, we focus on economics to get us up out of there. And I'm glad engineering brought that topic up. I told him earlier, like, can't worry about inflation. I mean, that it fluctuates. I mean, you still got the homelessness and the what he said about the unemployment. That's the most important part right there. The other stuff can work out itself internally. You gotta make sure what you're doing is right and stop worrying about the wrong stuff. What's going on, Jay Sean? Yeah. She said, interesting.
No, I mean, I think Brother X had a stream last night breaking down the statistics. The same cats.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, the same cats that was only last week huffing and puffing and throwing their fists in the air for Kyle Rittenhouse, there was no call, no show on that stream. You had one of their mayonnaise cheerleaders jump up on the panel, and Perfect Blackness was trying to destroy her. She had to get up out of there real quick.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of them like that, and it's a lot of them like that over at SKC's channel. And I saw her, another one, brother, show her pupils. Forget her name. She was on Cat's stream talking that silly stuff. Said strong women intimidated by weak men. Do you agree? And then they turn into politics in the tail end of that stream. And I was like, shook my head. I said, here we go. Here we go, man. Yeah, man. But that's the crowd. I mean, that's what you got over Mr. Fantastic's crew. That's the crowd that he's got. I've been saying that last year. Look at his audience in the chat room. Just listen to what they're saying. They're not hiding it.
No, they used to keep it in their back pocket. Now they out there, butt naked with it.
Yeah. Ever since that white boy incident, I understand why Jay Sean was mad. And I get it. But you got to blame the host allowing that to happen. Zero should not fucking save him. But I understand he was trying to be fair. But it was too late. I saw that stream. Yeah, he saved him. But it didn't really mean anything. The white boy got the best of you. It's just like Roger Report. There's this guy was talking about the gay stuff, I would say the P-file stuff to Rael. He got emotional. That's another L. And you on the other side thinking like those dudes. And you just proved that white boy's point. And Pass was about to get him. He didn't get emotional. He stood firm and did right. That right there is another loss. And then another loss was like you said, with the Ragnarov and the combination, a lot of things, they let things slide, and that's what they get, and they hard-headed. BMT had to learn the hard way, and he redeemed himself, and which I was impressed. And they talked about his kids, and that's where you have to look at. They've been on that type of time. I told them, yeah, I was there, but they did that for a reason. See where your heart is. A lot of these dudes, they ain't built like that. So yeah, shit, they don't care. They let you know in a heartbeat. You gotta be careful who you align with, man. And what the extreme he had last night, he said, what about our falsely accused, incarcerated? He said Kevin Strickland. Yeah, that's a good stream.
Yeah. I just think that if we're talking about we got to work together, we got to how can black men work together on politically and economically? How are you going to work with a group of people who believe that Kyle Rittenhouse was justified in what he was doing, but don't see the same outcome for Tamir Rice? I don't understand that.
Yeah, they just looking for something to latch on. And that's just to say, oh, we got to care about this white boy. I don't care about his ass. He nobody.
Yeah.
He's nobody to me.
We argue the principle. The principle is what's important.
Yeah. He's just another white boy. Do what he's supposed to do. Like, he shouldn't have been out there, period. But he wanted to play hero. And he could have died that day. They could have killed him too with some type of object with that gun. But, he had the upper hand. Oh, I saw another incident with two white men, right? It's popular on Twitter. A trend, was it Friday? It was Friday, right? It went viral on Twitter. There was a guy trying to pick up his kids, right? He had a green shirt, right? The other guy gave him a warning shot, a shotgun through his house, and he told him to leave. The guy kept pushing him once. And the second time he pushed him, he blew his fucking chest wide off and had him on the ground. And then the women start crying. See right there, come on, man. Like these dudes ain't playing with you. They're not playing with you out here.
Nah.
They're not playing with you out here.
Would you say it was in Tennessee?
Not in Tennessee. It's some state, but it was a white guy in a green shirt. It's popular on Twitter. It's trending. I don't know if it was in Florida, where it was in the South, but the guy had a combat shotgun. He had like a black sweater on. And they was trying to pick up somebody's kid, child support stuff. These are two white men. It's on Twitter trending. And I said, wow. And I saw that, and then the woman started crying. Now y'all instigated situation. That guy in the green shirt was threatening him to take those kids out of that house. And that guy told him to leave. He had that shotgun and blew his fucking face and chest off and had him laying there. He pushed him and he shot at him. He warned him. He gave him a warning shot, shot the shotgun in the ground, and he kept tossing him. But yeah, it's on Twitter. I forget the name of that, but you get what you get, man. You don't do silly stuff like that, man. Like I told you, leave people with guns alone, man. It's similar to the Rittenhouse situation too, because that is similar like that. But this was on camera, and it's viral on Twitter right now. That's a popular tweet. Yeah.
No, I would say leave people alone.
Yeah, leave people alone. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Same here. I'm just saying, like, don't mess with people with guns. Just leave people alone. Period. Don't get in arguments. Even if it's about the child support, they could have did this over a phone or a separate courtroom, but they didn't. Knowing white folks, he warned him with that gun, man. He said, "Hey, what you doing on my property?" It's just when I saw that tweet, I said, "Damn, yeah, he killed him. He came at him." But yeah, it's popular on Twitter. You can find it. Dude is just vicious with it. And what she say? Yeah, leave folks with guns alone and leave crazy folk alone. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, it's on Twitter. You can find it. We'll see what Antioch said. That's not true. The guy in the green was picking. He said that guy in the green was picking up his son's wife and set up the dad that took it there. That's false. The guy in the green started it. He was shouting, and the guy. I understand what you're saying about the other guy. Yeah, a lot of people say he started. He didn't start that. That guy was looking for attention. And it all started an argument. I don't know where you get that from, bro. Like, dude, don't threaten the guy with a gun. Don't threaten the guy with a gun. And the guy got what he got. I understand you trying to defend the other guy, but no, that guy was in the wrong. If you would have saw that, it was the guy in the green was in the wrong. He pushed him. I saw it. Never push a guy with a gun. He gave him a warning shot. I know y'all gonna be one-sided. No, I see the whole picture. I know he kind of started it, but really the guy in the green started. If you watch it in its entirety, you'd be like, oh shit. That's why you don't want to be silly on here, man. I get what you're saying in Antiochus, but the guy in the green started it. It's prior to that. They probably cut it short because we ain't seen the whole video, because it was a tweet in the video how it started. He was screaming and yelling and threatening to take those kids out. He wasn't picking up, so he was just trying to make a scene, and he got killed over some dumb shit. That wouldn't have been me. That's not smart. I don't care who you are. It was in Texas. I figure that. Yeah, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Yeah. That's like where I come from in Tennessee. When you see a guy with a gun like that, leave him alone. It's a combat shotgun too. Yeah, it sounds crazy as hell, but you gotta see its entirety. I had to watch it again. I said, man, they need to make a full video out of it. He thought it was bulletproof. Exactly. The guy in the green thought he was bulletproof and cost him his life. Even if you think he's right, but he was still in the wrong for doing that. Because you got to pay attention to your surroundings. Some people are like that. So, what's going on, Jay Sean?
What's up, y'all? What's going on, y'all?
Nothing, just chilling. We just talk a little politics and systems and things like that.
What's up, Mike V? What's going on, brother?
What's going on, bro? What's going on? Chilling.
Yeah, chilling.
Facts, Corinne.
Yeah, I can't stay up here too long. I didn't see that video y'all talking about yet, so I can't speak.
Oh, it's popular on Twitter. Just there's a guy in a green shirt was going to pick up his kids, and some people say he's on the right in the comments in that Twitter. So the guy with the shotgun warned him. It ended up being a dispute. It's like baby mama drama with white folks, right? If you pay attention to its entirety, but the guy kept threatening him. He pushed him. He shouldn't have pushed him. The guy had a shotgun. He warned him. He shot it to the ground by his door. But what I was trying to tell people in the chat, he shouldn't have came up on him, pushed him again, and then he just shot him 2 times and deadened his behind. I was like, damn. But that's what he get. That's what he get for trying to be bulletproof. You know.
Yeah, I don't know much about that one. I gotta catch it. But what
Yeah.
I do know is a bunch of motherfuckers running around here with their shirts tied up in the front with their belly buttons out, cheering for White Daddy.
Right.
I mean, that's what I do know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, which I was talking about earlier with these dudes, man, like, you know, they're for white male aggression, you know, and this cheering for white male aggression is just crazy to me, because even when they get into the Pookie and Ray Ray arguments, it's all about somebody else doing the work. You know what I mean? So they're not going to do it. You know, they're not going to grab a gun and do anything. It's all about cheering for some white man to run around here, be a vigilante with a badge or without a badge to handle a quote unquote problem. Let's be clear. If we was to have a civil war right now, some of these dudes would be aligned against you. You know what I mean? Some of these dudes would take up arms against you.
Not just that, Jay Sean, but they'll stick their foot out in front of you, make sure you trip, so that you can't rebound or recover or anything.
I think we've been too fat and too comfortable for a long time. I think a lot of people don't really think that the country can balkanize. I don't know why that's in everybody's mind. I mean, I kind of get it. You know, America the Great, you know, is never going to, end, whatever the case might be. But it could, because people are crazy. You know what I mean? It's people believe what they believe. Think about all the religious wars. I was just watching the show earlier. Yeah, I probably need to check it out. Called Gunpowder. It's got what's the guy from Game of Thrones? Knightley, the dude that played Jon Snow. He's the main character, and it's on HBO. It's a show called Gunpowder. It's only 3 episodes, and it's dealing with the Protestant and the Catholic, issue in England back in the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, and how the Protestants were prosecuting Catholics, and gunpowder was a foiled plot to kill the king at the time, which was a Scottish king after Elizabeth died. But anyway, my point is, all of these fights that people have had in history over religion. And what's religion? It's people believing something. It's not about anything being official or being evident. You don't need evidence. So when you look at America right now, you're in a dangerous place when you could actually present video evidence or audio evidence or document evidence, and they still like, nah, that's fake. That's not real. That's dangerous. You know what I mean? When you have that kind of discord, when you got people that won't even listen to reason, and people think that shit won't turn into a conflict. I don't know why. I don't know where they get this fucking faith from. Because when you're dealing with a dominant society who have, going back to the movie I was just talking about, who have nothing but a history of bloodshed, even against themselves. Yeah. I don't see, and then you have a country that's soaked in blood. It's not like America has been a peaceful place. America is a violent fucking country. Always has been. Had one of the bloodiest civil wars in the history of mankind. There's been a lot of civil wars on the planet. We had one of the bloodiest. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
But like I said, Jay Sean, that link's in the chat that Simply Unique posted. It's about a Kyle Caruth attorney makes a case for self-defense after deadly shooting of Chad Reed. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. I was talking about that to them in the chat. Just a reference of Kyle Rittenhouse with a gun, 2 white people going at it. To me, ain't my business. I saw that on Twitter, man, scratched my head. I was like, what the fuck? And then he shot him 2 times, killed that guy in the green.
You know what? Let me just say this too, man, about shit like that, because I punched a white guy, knocked the white guy, damn near knocked him out in the Lowe's one time, right in front of my daughter. And this has been going on for years with white males. They've been getting very, very aggressive. And then I got into another argument in Lowe's, a different Lowe's, again with another white boy around my daughter. And then the one thing I did in that moment, I took it down a notch, and I just started, basically roasting him. Because I'm looking at him and I'm like, I know he can't whoop my ass.
Right.
You know what I mean? This out of shape old white nigga he can't beat me. I know he can't whoop me. Right? I'm a 6 foot stocky healthy dude. I know this man can't whoop me. So why is he being so bold? He must have that goddamn it on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So You know what I'm saying? This is the type of things we got to think about now out here as we interact with people. You know, we got to watch our ego because, you know, what they're trying to legalize is they're trying to legalize, white vigilantism.
Yeah.
And they play and they play the averages because they know they have more of the weapons. So the chance of a legal standing or legal quote unquote shooting, a good shooting, is going to happen more on their end than it will on the other end. Because there's some people who went to jail in Florida when that stand your ground laws came in. But that's what all these stand your ground laws about. It's about people being vigilantes and deciding what they want to do. It's some wild, wild west bullshit. You know what I mean? And you saw what happened to our brother who was defending his family outside that store. And that white boy shot him when he pushed him down. You see what I'm saying? They're looking for a reason to have an altercation with you. And now with the Rittenhouse situation, you're going to see more of that. That's what the Rittenhouse situation was more about. That's why I hate these fucking stupid niggas came on MSNBC talking about, now we can't protest. It's not about protest. It's about anywhere. You know what I mean? It's about anywhere. It's about you walking out the store and them starting some shit and then turning around and talking about I was defending myself. And they doing it all over the country. Everybody's defense, from Zimmerman to the guy that shot Jordan, the young brother, the white boy that shot the kids over the loud music, all this. Jordan Davis, thank you. So to all of this bullshit that's going on, what are the white boys saying in the end? Them being the aggressors, them being the more aggressive ones, the ones that went after somebody, they're claiming self-defense.
Yeah. They tried to do that with the Ahmaud Arbery, and then you saw what happened. They got life, all of them. And that young guy was about to die in court in the red head, and I was laughing when he started dying. His soul dropped. I started dying. Like I said, man, but that's what you get. It was modern day lynching. Yeah. When I saw that video, I said, God damn.
And these conservatives think calling themselves a conservative is going to protect them. There was a brother last year. Remember that brother that was Blue Lives Matter? He broke up a fight.
Yeah.
And the cops hopped out and he tried to shake the cop's hand and they blew him away.
Yep.
They're not going to ask you if you Blue Lives Matter. They didn't care if Flannel still had a concealed carry license. They don't care. This is about white male aggression. That's why they're cheering for Rittenhouse. And I don't understand what the fuck you get out of cheering for Rittenhouse. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What do you get out of that? Because you wasn't cheering for Gavin Long or Micah Johnson. No, you didn't say they were brave, and they went at armed people, police officers. I'm not condoning what they did. I'm saying they went at armed men. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how you call them a coward, but you call a Rittenhouse walking around here with a fucking AR-15 and everybody else is unarmed, and he's fucking he's brave. He's a hero. This is warped mentality.
And not just that, but a lot of times they'll say, a lot of these guys in the space will say, well, sisters, they chasing after these white men. Well, it sounds like a lot of brothers in here chasing after these white men too. A lot of these dudes rocking Manolos now with lower back tattoos, man, and lace front beards and whatnot, man.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
No, Jay Sean, did you see that Brandon Tatum video over the weekend?
Oh, please don't turn my stomach. What happened? What'd he do?
He advocated that the McMichaels could actually get off, how they could have got off, from, that Ahmaud Arbery case. He tried to find a legal loophole for them.
Why?
This is what I'm saying, man.
Like, who is he catering to when he's doing that? You see what I'm saying? Like, oh my God! Just give him a blowjob or a hand job, something. I'm like Joe Clark with the shit. If you go on to fucking suck the man's dick, don't hesitate. Do it. Don't fuck around with it. Do it expeditiously. You know what I mean? God damn. You know what I mean? Get to it. But shit.
But they play in a different league, Jay Sean. Somebody cut the check for them to be talking like that. And
I get that part.
though,
but that's the textbook label for a sellout.
Yeah. And it's dangerous too, because they get online and broadcast it, but when they get exposed on the podium, they look like damn fools. But that's what they get. And then they have that nigga wake up call. And there you go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah. But that's that's what I'm saying, the dichotomy between the two. I understand why Tatum is doing it. ABL is doing it. Candace Owens is doing it. I get those. Colin Hughes, he's on YouTube now too. He another one of them millennial cats that's out there riding that carousel. But some of these guys in this space, I seen their live streams. They're only making like $30-$40 in like 2 or 3 hours. I'm like, yo, you could have went and did Instacart or Uber Eats or something and made more money than that. I don't understand. You're not making a lot of bread off of this.
No, unless you're in those circles with Candace Owens and those people or the white people, they can use you. Even on the libertarian side of Ron Paul, they use certain Negroes and like, all right, go out there and say something dumb. We'll pay you. And there you are online. But see, when they get out, go guys against Joe Biden and others, you got to stand on it because they'll put all your internet history and your links and your information you use.
Mm-hmm.
Then the audience look at you kind of odd. You know, see, Trump got away with it because he had that mystique and that celebrity. You know, he was a con man like his grandfathers and his whole history. See, these dudes don't have that. They need a cosign. That's what they're looking for, and they can't get it because you got to work your channels. Like you said before last year, like, yeah, they're on someone's couch and they want you to shut up, whatever, and use you for something. You know, they want to be used.
Mm-hmm.
And it's normal. It's normal. And I see it all the time. But when I saw it in the spaces and who their audience is, I said, oh, I see. I can't say nothing. You know, I had to look at them a certain way. But yeah, that's pretty normal. What a coon does. They're going to keep on jucking until they find the right match. And there you are. But see, that case of Ahmaud Arbery, they did not want to touch that last year. They did not want to touch that. What's going on, Alonzo?
Initially, what's up, Alonzo? Initially, so they did touch it.
Yeah.
You know, the so-called street conservative and other channels, you know, are talking about, well, he should have known better what neighborhood he was in and all that. You should know better than going to certain neighborhoods. I'm like, hold up. I thought y'all was Americans.
Yeah.
Does it matter what neighborhood you in? See, I'm saying these niggas will acknowledge defeat all the time. They will acknowledge being a second-class citizen. Because when we had the last discussion up here and Trey was up here, that's why I say sometimes it's good to just let people talk. Yeah. Trey admitted that if a 17-year-old Trey or a 17-year-old black boy couldn't do what Rittenhouse did, so game is over. I mean, if you know that you couldn't do it as a black person, that means you acknowledge that there's racism. But they're telling you that racism doesn't exist. That is pure cooning. These niggas are plantation ready. Make sure you understand that.
Yeah, you can't have a society that's structured off of race and not have racism. It's impossible.
Right. It's impossible. And then you acknowledge that you couldn't do it. So that means you are accepting second-class citizenship.
Salute to y'all, gentlemen.
How are you? Peace.
I'm doing well. Peace. I just wanted to get up real quick. And, you know, besides the BS of these men being second-class citizens and accepting, yo, my heart hurts today. I'm under 40. I'm encroaching 40. I'm 37, about to be 38 years old. And we got too many black men who are running around killing ourselves, not even through this wild guns and shit. Let's get our health right. Virgil Abloh died at 41 years old, man. What in the hell is wrong with us as black men that we can't take care of our health, including myself? I'm in the hospital every fucking 2 days. I'm sitting here in tears because I don't want to leave my wife stranded by doing some fuck shit because I want to go, you know, eat McDonald's and French fries and shit.
Right. Yeah, it's real shit.
You
It's
know
real
what
talk.
I mean?
Yeah.
And it's scary, bro.
Yeah, I know. And Alonzo, you know, what we dealing with, and you know, because I was on Arch Channel, we had this conversation. I think you was there when we was talking about fear. And I said, you know what, Art, I had to reassess that because I used to call motherfuckers cowards all the time. But I think we're really dealing with the inferiority complex, you know, of our day. Look, we gotta realize that going through what we went through for the last 500 years is going to have some fucking repercussions. And one of them is mental. We have a lot of black people out here who's defeated. I said this once before and I say it again. Being born in America, if you're white, you're born a white nationalist. You're born a white supremacist. Being born black in America, you're born a coon. And you have to, and both persons have to work themselves mentally through knowledge and understanding to work themselves to a better position, right? A white person has to work himself and understand the history of what his people did and deal with that. And to become a more fair and honest person with themselves. A black person has to get knowledge of self and so have to build up our confidence. And and what proves my point is the doll test. You have 2-3-year-old kids out here who pick the black baby as a black bad one. the environment we're born in this situation, in the system that we're born in, is something that we have to be conscious of, which means it's going to produce bed bugs, it's going to produce bed wenches, it's going to produce sambos, it's going to produce mammies. You know what I mean? It's going to produce these motherfucking coons. And it's part of our condition. And it's just the reality we're going to have to deal with. Just like it's going to produce white supremacists. It's going to, and there's levels to that, right? The ones who are passive aggressive, the ones who do it economically, the ones who do it systematically, and the ones who just do it with violence. You know what I mean? It just depends on what flavor you get and where you are and what kind of white supremacists you're dealing with. But that's all part of their conditioning and their programming. And that's why it's so much indifference. They're going to push an idiocy like CRT. They know CRT is not being taught in these schools, but they'll use it as another black code. You know what I mean? For another election. It's no different than busing. You know nobody's being bused to your schools, but they're going to sit here and vote for that candidate because that candidate's against busing. Which is just using that as a euphemism to be anti-black. And niggas act like I'm trying to figure out what year, what fucking decade did it happen? When did they round up the masses of white people and usher them into this convention to reprogram these motherfuckers? When did that happen? Why are they getting such a benefit of the doubt when we have these conversations in this space as if we don't live on this planet and this planet doesn't have a fucking history? How are you going to sit here and hold black women accountable for the last 60 years? Which is fine, but then not hold these crackers accountable for what they did for the last 600 years. I don't get it. I don't understand how you omit one thing. You omit one thing and don't omit the other. And the other is the biggest one, because the truth of the matter is when you deal with black women, to be honest with you, are a proxy. They're programmed in this regime too. They grew up watching their television. That's why you have a Kenya Moore talking about twirl and going with the wind fabulous. She got fucking going with the wind in her head. She has a white mind.
I mean,
we didn't raise these women. See what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna call ourselves thinking black men, we have to zoom out mentally and look at the fucking field and look at what we're really dealing with. You know what I mean? And then when you go back into your point, Alonzo, where we're so defeated, where we don't love ourselves enough, we don't have enough pride that we can't even stop ourselves from eating wrong. It's all connected.
Yeah, that's true.
It's all connected. You know what I mean? There's an inferiority complex running throughout our strain. And I'm serious when I say this. We're going to have to raise. This is how it works, family. We're not going to fix this problem overnight. It's just not. That's just not reality. There's no fucking magic, wand. If we're not going to start training ourselves to be about power as men, then we're going to stay subservient to these crackers. That's just the way it's going to be. That's just reality.
So let me ask you this, bro, because I think, especially because you have a similar militant mind as mine, right? And in these spaces, often we talk about the quote unquote Pookie or Ray Ray being young black men who may be out there, busting heads. And I say we don't need to get rid of them. I think what we need to do is help them to learn how to focus that energy, right? Because if he willing to bust my head, I guarantee you he willing to bust George Zimmerman's head too. He just ain't in proximity to George Zimmerman. Right? Because we talk about, I've seen this all the time. Oh, y'all are so gangster, y'all will pull a gun on each other, but George Zimmerman is still alive. George Zimmerman ain't coming to the hood. Right?
No, he ain't. Now, no, he ain't crazy. He ain't that crazy.
So ain't no way we gonna run into him to bust his head unless, like what happened to FBG Duck and we find you in, the posh shopping area. But nobody's really looking for him like that. But if you get someone like a Stokely Carmichael who is looking for those motherfuckers, and we go look for those motherfuckers, we gonna find them and we gonna bust their head. And I think if you put the quote unquote Pookies and Ray Ray's energy toward that, a bunch of these crackers would comment.
And Lonzo, I've always said this, and this is my phrase. I use this analogy over and over again because I think it's a beautiful one. Unfortunately, I found out a lot of people haven't even seen the fucking movie, which is crazy to me. I thought everybody's seen Back to the Future. But my analogy is the Biffs don't run white society. The George McFlys do. You understand me? And we got to start thinking that way. We got a lot of people. Look, one thing I can respect about motherfuckers like Al Sharpton and Clyburn and all those guys is that they know how to they know how to commandeer the black vote for their own personal gains, right? They'll get motherfuckers to the polls, get them to vote the way they want them to vote, and then they bounce on their ass. And I'm just saying, we have to start having the same mentality. Look, everybody is not going to be 100% there. That's how you use and lead your people. Use, lead. The shit is interchangeable. Because look at white society. Look who's showing up to these fucking Trump rallies. People were fucking missing teeth, stomachs hanging over their belt. You know, ain't Trump. Fucking retrobate white folk. They organize their streets. But what is combining them? It's the same thing. It's that fucking white nationalism that motivates them to come out. People don't realize this is what I was trying to talk about on X channel. When you look at the last two elections, 2020 and 2016, there was record turnouts on the Republican side in places like Alabama, Mississippi, places that the Republicans had no threat of winning. You see what I'm saying? That's why they riding with Trump, because it's just business. He's good for business. He's turned out the people who never vote. Remember, leading up to Obama, we had 50% of the people who participated in the vote on average. So you had most of half the damn country eligible voters didn't vote. You see what I'm saying? So it's always, somebody.
A lot of that is from these young half wannabe woke motherfuckers in my generation.
And it's the same thing in the white communities too. There's a lot of white people in Alabama, these other places who don't vote. But if you can motivate them, if you can get them to turn out for a quote unquote rock star, Obama, Trump, you see what I'm saying? That's quote unquote energizing the base. That's why they're rocking with Trump, because he's going to turn out. He's overperforming with their voters. So in places like Texas, this is important. In places like Georgia, this is important. You know what I mean? This is important in places like Virginia. You see what I'm saying? Getting people who don't really vote in those small towns all over the state to get them to turn out and give you record state. So when you're doing statewide elections, this is a big deal. You know what I mean? So this is just the business of it. We can get into the emotional shit and all the fuck shit that come out of these crackers' mouths, all the lying, all that kind of stuff. But when you really break it down, X and O's, it comes down to votes and money. You know what I mean? But, or money and votes. That's all it comes down to, which equals power. So that's what this is about. And we don't think this way. So when it comes to our Pookie and Ray Rays, we're going to just motivate them to turn out, and then we run the agenda we want to run. We don't give a fuck if they really know what they're voting for. If they, you know what I mean? But then those who do know, we maximize them, and those that's your donor class. Those are the ones that not only come out to vote, they're the ones that also donate. You see what I'm saying? We don't think the way those other groups of people think. There's a center of politics that goes both ways. The center of politics that voted for Biden. They were riding with Trump, and then they turn around and
How many, actually not even super PACs, just PACs, political action committees. How many political action communities actually exist with our fucking interest, other than Black Lives Matter, which didn't have our interests?
Well,
we own.
We have more. We're starting to see more 501(c)(4)s now. A lot of 501(c)(3)s are converting to 501(c)(4)s for that reason. I think that changed in the last 18 months, and so they're seeing like a double. I think some of it went to 42%.
Are they hours, Mike? I'm just curious. Are they hours?
Yeah, they're originally your Black charitable groups that were run by Black people.
Okay.
Under the church.
Are they offers or are they minority?
No, they're Black. So they would run, because remember, as a 501(c), you can't be involved in politics, but now they converted to a 501(c). That allows them to engage in politics and have blind donors. And so you don't have to actually worry about getting your IRS, getting involved with the IRS or any other institution that could actually shut you down. Now they're converting over so they can engage in the politics. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Fair.
Okay.
But I think, back to what you were saying, Jason, it's perfect, bro, and that makes total sense. You know what? Forget about it. Let's just lead the Pookies and the Ray Rays, give them a rock star. They'll vote for the rock star. And then the people who, like you said, are the donor class and understand what's going on. Hey, boom, here, we're donating, make sure that, when I send these bodies upstream, you look the other way and we get, our political plans taken care of. I think, especially in New York, man, we can put Eric Adams in our pocket.
I don't know. That'd be kind of hard. Eric Adams has a lot. There's a lot of powerful special interests in New York, and he has to answer to a lot of them. There's a Jewish community, there's the police lobby, the fire department, there's the fucking unions. There's a lot of people who you got to answer to. You know what I mean? Even just city workers, and their unionized groups. You know what I mean? So, uh, you know, uh, you know, I think we have a better opportunity, just on the grassroots level. We have the internet. If we can get, look at the Black Manosphere. What brings the men out? Talking about these bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What
There you go.
what excites the masses, right? So we got to be smart enough to say, okay, let's use what turns motherfuckers on. It's kind of like what Democrats did. They did with the booty to the polls. They thought they would get niggas to come out. You know what I'm saying? That shit was whack. But I'm just saying, but that's the way people think. And it's the same thing with black women. What does the Democratic Party do with black women all the time to turn them out? You see what I'm saying? What does the Republicans do to turn out their poor whites? And you know what I'm saying? They lie to them all the time and say we're gonna do this, and they give them a bunch of cold words and dog whistles, and then they energize their base. So we got to figure out how to run our society. We can't depend on the Biffs in our society. We have to be the George McFlys of it.
Right.
Yeah. Mike, I see you in this chat with that video you had in the back chat. I was looking at my phone and you asked him the question about the libertarians. Yeah, you had some good.
Yeah. And Dick Thug is hitting the nail around the head. Because for decades, he's talking about Michael Savage, but even going back to Rush Limbaugh, the Ditto Heads and all that, they've been creating this apparatus, this echo chamber since the early 90s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now they're just reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah,
Fox
that's
News
not new.
in the late 90s. I'm sorry, Bio. I'll say this real quick.
Okay,
Fox News in the late 90s used to always put those reports up. By 2020, white people would be a minority. By 2050, white people would be a minority. Why they kept doing that? You see what I'm saying? They knew what they were doing. They knew who they were broadcasting to. You know what I'm saying? And they knew they were talking to these guys. They was talking to the xenophobia that exists in our society with the dominant society. So they know what they're doing. And this has been going on for a while. So Dick Thug is absolutely right, man. That's not something that started yesterday. That's what we mean by that's another form of investment.
Yeah, that's been like that for decades. I've been listening to that stuff since the inception of YouTube, early 2000s. That they've been on that. They brought that 90s shit, and then you saw it on YouTube. Now they was on YouTube for years. Now it's gonna be a purge that they have to go, because when DeAndre sent me that sensitive information, him and Cerulean said this incel problem is going to TikTok because they link towards these assholes right here. That's a problem. I said that early in the stream. That's if you want to move this space, and me and Wack agree, you got to get rid of the incel problem. That's the number one problem. And this is why these dudes are deprived with the vagina. They just need to get over themselves, and you done failed, whatever, and stop listening to these so-called elders trying to teach about something. You should learn your damn self. But that's why you got the incel problem, and we perpetuate that. And then you wonder why the female attackers left and right. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, the racism, all that. YouTube wants to clean that image. Well, you got to get rid of that problem. And then when they show me that information, I said, damn, and I'm like, okay, I know where they're going with it. But it's like what Jay Sean's saying. Yeah, man, this ain't nothing new. You got to learn, man.
Yeah, but to Jay Sean's point and to Alonzo's point, if you're going to organize people, for a more progressive politic, then you also have to understand what impacts them the most. What are the top 3 things that impacts them? And a lot of these guys don't realize that their communities have been deindustrialized. A lot of them don't realize a lot of the black community as a voting bloc is 1.5 degrees hotter than their white counterparts voting blocks. And so climate change impacts people. And those are the sort of things that you got to put it in layman's terms so that they understand these issues matter to you, black men, because if it's 1.5 degrees hotter and they can tie in climate change and violence, inner city violence, and that the heat that, more people get shot in the summer than they do in the winter, that's pretty simple.
Yeah.
My question is, how do we polarize the younger people? Like I said, right, they polarized with like MTV Rock the Vote when I was 18. And right now they're shooting down through shit like TikTok, etc. Right? They're not even shooting to people who are in their 20s. They're going to middle schools right now, and they're trying to put it into people who are 12 and 13 about the politics, because in the next 8 years, just like they did 8 years ago, 2020, white people are going to be the minority. And now they're scaring these 12-year-olds who in 6 years are going to be voting, right? And they're going to have, they're going to look at our talking points as old talking points. One of the things I've noticed is, especially in the Black community, one of the hot button topics is always jobs, right? Jobs, 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 even though we don't realize that we are the jobs themselves, right? That's why they have human resources, because especially in the inner city community, that's why we have so many kids, because we're human capital. You'll see rich people may have 4 kids, right? You'll go to the hood. I know a girl who has 4 kids and she ain't even 25. And trust me, she doesn't plan on having any more, but she also doesn't plan on not having any more. The next dude that comes and hits it right is probably going to hit it raw and have her pregnant again. And this is my niece. But this is what happens, and we create human capital. Then we are in inner cities that generally are, populated incorrectly. So we're sitting on top of each other. And then, there's no opportunities in our neighborhoods. For example, I live in New Haven, Connecticut. When you think of New Haven, Connecticut, you think of Yale University. However, if I go through the rest of this city, it's the pits. There's no opportunity for the freaking natives here. And, even down to living here downtown New Haven, Connecticut used to be a mall, and it made their jack shit for the locals to do, the local teens. So what do? They don't come downtown, but they go to the Milford Mall and they cause trouble. Well, what's happened there? They've been locked out. So if you're a teenager, you can't go there and hang out. So then they create quote unquote crime in the neighborhood.
Yeah. And a lot of that stems from gentrification. I want a conservative to explain to me what happened in Texas with Galveston. I mean, we're not going to talk about the redistricting. That's a good topic, but I could go specifically to one issue. There was one black district in Galveston, Texas, and they just took it apart. It's gone now. They just voted 3-1 to, and they just divvied it up. And this is, so, and that was a good black community. So I'm trying to figure out why you on the side of people who are disenfranchising your people every time they get a chance. This whole thing with the vote and voters' rights and, lawsuits, they were attacking black districts in Pennsylvania, black districts in Georgia. They were attacking your people and trying to disenfranchise and trying to throw their votes out. This is old school Jim Crow shit. And niggas is out here talking about that's what I need to rock with. These are the people you need to roll with. And they talking about values. What values is that? When you disenfranchising people. I mean, this is the kind of shit that motherfuckers are not even talking about. That's real. There's another piece out there, and I'm gonna drop it in the back chat so you guys can watch it. You guys got to see this. It's about a school district that became the epicenter of racial politics in the school and school boards, and this black family had their children. These are millionaires. And the racism their kids had to deal with in that school, and they try to fight back against it. Then there was a backlash to it. And then these fucking MAGAs took over the school board, and now they just talking crazy to these people.
I have a personal experience to that, Jay Sean. I used to live in Plano, Texas. If anybody's familiar with Plano, it's a fairly wealthy area.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that area. Yeah.
Let me find this video so I can give you guys the details, because this is a video you guys got to see. It was a popular video. A popular situation that got even NBC caught it. Vice talked about it. You know what I mean? And they covered it. They did a piece on it. And it's something y'all need to see, because this is the shit that motherfuckers not talking about. It's not some Pookie and Ray Ray shit. This is uply mobile black people dealing with racism in the 2020.
Shit, we got it in 2021, even in the financial services field, bro. You know how hard, for example, right? And this is one thing that as black folk, we got to realize, right? We have a lot of these spaces where, my big thing is economics, just like Dr. Claude Anderson. I think nothing can really be done until we have the money to throw at it, because that's the way this world works. But even if you look at us talking about investing and shit, right? There's really no black-owned investment firms or money management firms, except for the fact that, for example, in the Black Manosphere, a lot of the brothers are crying about, $10 billion that was given to black women from Goldman Sachs.
I remember.
From Charles Schwab. That $10 billion was not actually from Charles Schwab. It was from Ariel Investments, which is a 37-year-old company that is a black-owned money management firm. The only one in existence. And they actually partnered with Schwab for over the last 20 years. I'm probably going to do a video about their investor index because I have the
But
document.
that money was intended to form black women. Me and DeAndre talked about that. He said the reason they did that and they think it's for our women, they ain't seeing half of that. It's really the women from the Middle East or darker people like from Yemen and all these immigrants that we flood in from both parties. Right. Is intended for them, but you're right about the swap. I agree with that because it was something behind that. And sometimes we do it to ourselves in these higher areas. And this is why we don't trust each other as a people. So I get what you're saying, because I hope you do a piece on that, man, because that will show the truth, what's going on. And, in the financial, and we talked about this earlier with Lightbeard about the military, talking about, me and Mike talked about the racism in that. Yeah, because these dudes don't understand. When I came back to these newer spaces, that's what they was talking about. But they want to co-sign the people that put you in the ground every day. You know what I mean? That's the worst part. But I get it. I get the
so sorry, Bio, I put the link in your chat room.
Okay.
But I also put it in the back StreamYard's chat room. And it was South Lake, Texas.
Okay.
And so that one of their ideas, this is one of their ideas. You get away from these blue states and move toward red state. Low taxes and all right, this is Texas. This is what these people did.
Greetings,
This is what they did. And you have no power when you move out there.
Mm-hmm.
You have none. And this is the kind of bullshit that your kids got to go through.
Mm-hmm.
You buying $1 million houses and your kids is dealing with fuckery.
I can concur to that. Like I said, man, living in Plano, I was one of the very few black kids. I remember I had on some cowboy boots and I almost stomped the life out of this one white boy because he kept picking on me for living in the neighborhood. Yeah. And they used to beat on me every day on the bus. The bus driver was a black dude and he used to tell me, "Oh, young boy, just take it, don't worry." And one day I said, "Fuck it." And I punched this little white boy in the mouth and I stomped on his nose with my cowboy boots and he started bleeding. So the bus driver kicked me off the bus and told my family I got a whooping and stuff. But he was like, yeah, he picked on these white boys and started beating them. I was like, these motherfuckers used to beat on me every day and my little 6-year-old ass. And, but this is the shit you have to deal with, right? As we're sending our kids there and you're saying, well, I got this $1 million house. I think one of the problems is that we took the neighbor out of the hood, right? And we just call it the hood instead of having pride in our neighborhoods and purchasing these properties, because we let a lot of these Jews, excuse my language, but a lot of these people buy our stuff up, and then when they buy our stuff up, slightly dimension towards like the gentrification that Jay Sean was mentioning. I will say, I don't completely believe gentrification has to do with race because a lot of it is like the businesses, right? And I like swing coffee shops in my neighborhood too. I don't really want to see a chop shop.
It's a class thing primarily.
Yeah.
So that's what we talked about. Yeah, that caste system. You're right.
Mm-hmm. But here's the problem with that, Alonzo. We got to remember, because of the history of the country, most of our people have been made into a permanent underclass. So whenever that gentrification shit happens, especially in urban areas, it hits us different.
Right.
You know what I mean? It takes us out of it. I'll give you an example. In Portland, there was a black community that was founded by veterans 50 years ago. They being gentrified now. You see what I'm saying? See, power is what matters. You know what I mean? And when you have no power, you have no power, family. It just is what it is. And these are people who didn't do nothing wrong. They had clean communities, good communities, no crime. You know what I mean? And they had these houses, and then now, they're being muscled out.
Bro, I can give you even more gentrification in my old neighborhood, right? In Brooklyn. I lived on Bainbridge Street, bro, over by Boys and Girls High. One of the 4 best blocks in Bedford-Stuyvesant, right? Bainbridge, Decatur, so on and so forth. The brownstone that I lived in was $83,000 in the 1980s. It's now $2.3 million in the condition it's in, and it needs a full renovation. But all the motherfuckers who live there now are crackers. When I first moved there in 2008, and my wife was like, yo, this neighborhood has changed. I was sued because I was like, I'm going to Bed-Stuy, and it looks like the Cosby block. Prime example, the Brooklyn assistant DA lives on that block. My mother-in-law, who's a financial advisor for Morgan Stanley, doctors and attorneys, all black, live on that neighborhood. But now that I'm seeing it, the stupid motherfuckers that are my age range, right? And I'm gonna call us stupid motherfuckers because we sat there and our mothers bought those houses and our parents bought those houses, and we was like, well, it's worth $1 million. I'm gonna cash out and go down south. And now you have this multiple $1 million thing that's just gonna be a cash cow forever. But stupid motherfuckers in my age range went and sold it, and now we moved down south and we can't even find a fucking house down south because all the fucking Confederate flag waving motherfuckers don't want us moving in their neighborhood. It's disheartening to see. But if you look at that neighborhood, man, and it's crazy because the street signs are brown because it's a historically black neighborhood. Jackie Robinson started the white flight when it was Dutchmen in that county back in the 1940s, and he bought a house on DeKalb Avenue. Or maybe it was Decatur. I can't remember, but it was one of those 4 blocks.
And white people were like, we up out of here.
Yeah.
The niggas are here. We out of here. Yeah.
But you can see it now.
Yeah, that's a crazy video you sent me, Jay Sean. I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Yeah,
that shit is nuts, man. I got a lot of shit to show you, man. There's a lot of things going on in the country. There's another video, actually, I'm gonna put in the back chat about this county in Tennessee that locks up black boys. This fucking
that's normal, man. That's normal, man. Especially in the state I come from. Yeah. I'm from that state originally. I can tell you a lot of stuff. That's
20 years ago. This is going on right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's been going on. But I'm just saying that's normal, man. Especially in the middle. I tell you a story. In that region, it's still conservative. If you're black in certain areas, like sundown areas, like in I would say like in Macon County, you just gotta be careful. Yeah, black people go missing.
I'm talking about, and they talking about 7, 8-year-old boys. Y'all gotta watch this shit. This shit's
like
crazy.
It's like that.
It is crazy.
It is. I try to tell people where I come from. I tell you, we're used to that, and that's normal. We try to warn about certain people where you go in certain neighborhoods, even white and black. Because it's crazy like that. But that state in general, yes, the racism is still alive and real.
I just put it in your chat room, and I'm gonna put it in the back area, man. Hey, sorry, Barry, I gotta take my ass to bed. It's almost 1.
All right,
I gotta
man.
get for a meeting in the morning, man. I just wanted to hop on here.
Okay, take care, man.
These pro-wax, these professional white ass kissing ass niggas. I can't stand them. You know what I mean? I can't stand them because we can all have disagreements. There's things that me and Mike V don't agree on. But one thing we all agree on is these bitch niggas gotta go. This shit gotta go, man.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. This shit gotta get up out of here. You know what I mean? We can get back to some real debates when we talk about policy and things that's going to better black people and how to solve our problems and what ways, you know what I mean? Because that's where I have disagreements with people. That me and MOT disagree on plethora of things. Most of it has to do with the solution, but we don't disagree on the problem, and we damn sure don't disagree about these fuck boys. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? So we can all agree that these motherfuckers got to go, and you got a diverse plethora of brothers who disagree about other things. Then that lets me know I'm on the right side of this shit. All right.
Yeah, I got a combination of guys from former Black Order, former mercenaries, currently A game now, and then you got a combination of Kudas people. Yeah. It's a little verse, but I mean, I'm glad War Master challenged Mike V. That was the first for me when I saw that libertarian stream, and I was like, man, this is.
I heard somebody told me earlier today that Ramil went on these niggas. So
yeah, Ramil's tired of the bullshit. No, Ramil's getting it for everybody. He's kind of like you. They don't challenge him on his stuff, but so you gotta understand he's honest about his past. Okay, he's reformed, and I tell people you can't have two Ramils. I told this to Kuda, you can't have two of y'all. One has to flip on somebody. I predicted this last summer. This nigga's tired of the bullshit. He checked Fantastic, and Fantastic didn't like it, but he's scared of Ramil anyway. He ain't gonna do shit. It's just like toxicity and him. What I like about that team, they've been cool. When I watch toxicity streams and his live streams, he always have Ramil up there. They like that, and I love that team. And they know the real is, They
That's
know the
interesting,
difference
man.
with
I
grants.
might have to
Yeah,
go. I
yeah,
gotta go over there and see what's going on because I
yeah,
haven't listened to none of them niggas. But I go. I'm gonna
yeah.
go check it out and see what they were talking about. Because
Yeah, they
And
be talking about real stuff, and they try to tell them stop blaming and shaming and explaining to these hoes, man. Like he trying to tell the older people. He said stop doing that shit because it ain't gonna get us nowhere. They talking about us particular. Yeah.
I mean,
is AM and Ty City going at it too? From what I heard.
No. AM is disagreeing with Ty C is saying, but what's hurting him is he had to buckle down and did a string. He private it. He said, "Damn, even if she wins," and he had to. They caved him in. It hurt him. And Tasia tried to tell him, look, this is what we stand on. They are winning because of the way we be complaining and stuff. And if you're saying they're not winning, that means that you're giving them power. You know what I mean?
I said that. ARC has said that. Look, I'm gonna say it again. The women have won a gender war a long time ago. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
All right, y'all niggas out here wifing whores. I don't want to hear it. It's a wrap. All right, you stand at the altar and she's in a white dress. She got 30 bodies on. You tongue her in the mouth, nigga. You lost. It's a wrap. Tongue the bitch down in front of your mama. You lost. All right, that's where it's going. They doing what they want to do. And one thing I can say about women is they handling their business. So my thing is this: if men can get their money any kind of way, then we gotta kind of say, look, how can I sit here and blame a woman for being a whore or working the system to getting her money? We got to be about business, family. We got to stop worrying about them and handle our business. Why I always talk about the patriarchy or a code of conduct amongst the men. That we got to get to a power mindset. All right. I'm not trying to negotiate with women. That's not happening. I'm not negotiating with women. It's not, I'm a knuckle dragging patriarch. I'm not negotiating with women. I don't negotiate with women. All right. It's a free fucking country. She want to do what she want to do. She can do what she want to do. She fucking with me. She gonna do what I say. You see what I'm saying? That's how it goes. All right. And I don't understand why you keep having these fucking arguments, these circular arguments about that. Now, here's the thing about me. I have integrity. I'm in a position to be that way.
Right.
I built myself up. I have my shit together. So that's why I say, look, man, business is life. Life is business. Handle your business. This is all business. It's not emotional. All right. You start playing emotional games, especially with women, you're going to fucking lose.
Facts.
You better have a plan. You better have your shit. You better have sandbags. You better have fallback positions. You better have counter, you know what I mean? Counter reactions, counters to other people's attacks. You gotta have your shit together, man. And understand that you in a fight. Every day I expect bullshit. Even if it doesn't come, I expect it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just how I am. That's how I'm wired. And I know everybody's not wired that way, but your mentality's got to be one of business, especially if you're a man in this world, in this society. It just is what it is. All the other shit for me is for the birds, man. I'm not negotiating with it. There's nothing to negotiate about.
Facts.
One thing that me and Jay Sean do agree on is we love the B1M.
Oh yeah. I love that channel. I fucking love that channel. That channel is like, that's the church for me.
I sent you a couple of similar channels, man. They chop up some really good content.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there, man. Spark is my second best favorite channel too. So I watch B1M and Spark the most. But there's some other channels that come up in the mentions when you watch them a lot. And I was watching some other channel. They was showing a documentary on the English channel and how they built the pipeline from England to what country was that? It was one of the countries in one of the Norse countries, one of the Scandinavian countries. But anyway, very interesting video, very hard project. I watched the whole hour and a half of that shit. That shit was intriguing to me. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers died on that and you know what I'm saying, building that tunnel and shit. Look, man, there's a lot of shit that men are doing out there in the world. I mean, that requires a lot of difficult engineering. To me, is the ultimate man. When men have to think about doing shit that they couldn't plan for. They got to react to things they can't plan for. When they're dealing with nature or dealing with things that just haven't been done before. You know what I mean? I love shit like that. You know what I mean? So I get involved in that, and it keeps my mind in a builder's mindset. You feel me? I feel like I'm part of that. When I watch shit like that, I get off that and I get into a builder's mindset. So when I'm even on my spreadsheets and handling, moving money around, I'm in a builder's mindset. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing for my future, my family. And then when I'm at work, I got the same attitude. And I think as men, we need to get back to that. Too many of us are caught up in female emotional shit.
Right.
All right. We're in that fucking that vibe. You know what I mean? We got to get out of that vibe, that way of thinking. You know what I mean? The emotionality. That's why Obsidian can have a stream every day talking about and then some bitch said this and this bitch said that. And do bitches care about the future? I mean, I don't give a fuck what bitches think. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, niggas is enamored with the mind of a woman, and you know what I mean, and what she's thinking from day to day, like a fucking magazine. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? You're grown ass men. I don't want to do that shit every day. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we gotta get out of that shit. Start thinking like a builder, man.
Word. That's why we need you to start going live every day, man. So niggas can come and start thinking like builders, man.
But you know, like I've been watching toxicity. He been saying it the longest on his channel, and him and Ramil the longest, and that's why he snapped. And Ramil's on a rampage and going at these niggas, man. And salute to him. And that's why I be over there. And then Ty does the stream. I done told you, stop all that complaining. That's what basically what he's saying in so many words with his points.
Do black women like cats? Today,
right.
Like this is the shit niggas is doing out here.
Right.
No, you should have saw the real live stream they had before. They said, you know, do black women like black men who wear bow ties?
That's crazy. Yeah, some shit like that's the ones trying to say the hoes is not winning. Crazy. That's the ones that saying the hoes is not winning. Not trying to tell you, but that's the stubborn ones, like I said, and they hate that. And then he did a pre-record mad at toxicity. You know who I'm talking about? The Grandmaster. And see, toxicity gets under his skin, and I try to say, dude, you've lost, bro. Like, look at your background. Look how the women you deal with.
And that street conservative nigga be doing that shit every day too. If he ain't talking about Biden, he's talking about black hoes. I'm like, God damn, like y'all niggas love talking about bitches every day. Y'all enamored with women. Y'all niggas are over-challenged, over-sexed and under-challenged.
Yeah.
Right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers are over-sexed and under-challenged. I think about pussy 24/7. You can't get no.
That's the problem.
This is what's really going on.
Yeah, but Jay Shine, do black women like black men who wear penny loafers?
Tomorrow at 9. I mean, god damn. This shit is crazy, man.
Does black women love men with jawlines? Let me stop.
Will black women ever come to the table this next November when winter comes? I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I can't do it, man. I want to talk about money. I want to talk about politics. I want to argue about politics because I think that's good. You know what I mean? I want to talk about what we're going to do for these fucking boys that can be helped. You know what I mean? And what we're going to do, create, you know, for them to, you know, as far as being there to usher those who are identified as, because we identify special. I told everybody my story. You know, when I was in elementary school, first grade, I was identified as gifted. But that was white people doing that shit. You understand me? Because they have a pipeline for gifted kids, no matter what their race is. So they could put them in Cornell and put them in their labs. You see what I'm saying? To make them money.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
And, like that.
Yeah. I understand the game, you know, and I was identified as gifted in elementary school. So from the 2nd to 5th grade, I was in gifted classes from 2E, 3E, 4E, and 5E. First grade, I was in a regular class. And then I got to junior high school. I was identified again. And they tried to put me in a prison program. But by that time, the streets got me. But I digress. But every Saturday, I was at Staten Island College going to computer classes. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, these are what things that white people were doing. They were fun. They have these programs, these slick-ass programs, and they slot them in and out of public schools, and they put a net out there to catch who they can catch. You know what I mean? And then they put your ass in a lab somewhere and let you do the numbers. You know what I mean? Let you have fun with the systems and come up with some shit, and then they just, you know, make money off of it. You see what I'm saying? And this is the world we live in, and we need to start doing that with our youth. There's a lot of geniuses in the hoods, or even not in the hoods, in the suburbs, you know what I mean, that are just not getting identified or getting opportunities to get mentorship, you know what I mean, so they can actually widen their horizons and widen their mindset, their minds, and really go out there and perform at a high level. So that's what happened to me. Because of those programs and because of Fresh Air Fund and because of Challenge Corps, I was able to get out of the hood and expand my mind. You know what I mean? And see that the bullshit I had with me was actually leadership skills. All that bullshit I was doing on the street, all that slick shit, that was actually leadership skills. You know what I mean?
Do you think that conservative conference is going to be an impact next week?
No, that's a money grab. That's a money grab. They're not getting together to start a PAC. They're not getting together to politically organize. They're not getting together to start any businesses. They're just getting together to have 3 niggas stand in front of them, talk some stupid shit and grab money. And then let's go hang out and be a bunch of
and talk about
together.
Bitches all day. It's exactly why toxicity was against it. That's why he's against it and Ramil's against it. They said, fuck out of here.
It's an insult convention. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Say it
I
again.
actually got the invite to it. What these niggas have is on December 4th, they are supposed to be teaching these men how to approach and attract and get women abroad. That's what this shit is about.
Oh, my
Now these
God,
motherfuckers are supposed to go trick on some bitches in Colombia. Excuse
man.
my language.
Salute to Maria. Salute to Maria, Gabrielle, because they didn't even step foot on America, and they got motherfuckers working for them. You know what I mean? They got motherfuckers ready to come save them. You know what I mean? So they gonna go suck Pedro and Yolando off right now, and then wait for you to get off the plane and treat you like and treat you like a man. I'm doing air quotes right now. I mean, look, this shit is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
But Jay Sean, do black women like black men who wear suspenders?
Yeah, tomorrow at 12. Tomorrow at 12, man. Just hit the fucking alarm button. You know what I mean? God damn, this shit is. I can't understand for the life of me how as grown men we fell into this. You know what I mean? Because I deal with other groups of men every day, and they don't talk about fucking females 24/7. They just don't.
You know what's funny? The ones who do are the fucking outcasts of society. Like the white men who do this shit. The powerful white men don't give a fuck about them dudes. Right? I was watching Hoarders last night with my wife. I saw a perfect incel ass white dude. His white girl was pregnant and all that shit. But these dudes, when it comes to like that motherfucker ain't gonna be nothing but a motherfucker who's living in the hood in Cincinnati for his whole life, and he'll be happy to get a 3-bedroom house that, you know, is $100 grand. But for motherfuckers who really want to have things in terms of the way the society considers having, you know, possessions, he's not going to be able to, you know, he's not going to be able to buy a fucking, you know, Jeep Grand Cherokee or a Grand Wagoneer. That's the car I want. Or nothing like that. You know what I mean? He's not going to be able to actually do anything to help his future son to get ahead in the world. His future son better hope that, you know, Donald Trump actually brings back these fucking coal mines he's promising. Because that ain't happening.
It ain't happening. It ain't happening. None of that shit that Trump promises is coming back. None of it. I got like 5 videos too. It's not just Appalachia. It was Ohio. There was a video that I got from Michigan. He was promising them some shit. Never happened. It ain't coming back. All they have right now is white nationalism and, of course, the fucking affirmative action program that's the American government. See, white people depend on the system more than anybody else.
Don't forget, Jay Sean, he made the deal with Carrier, you know, to bring jobs back to Indiana. And Carrier took that money and ran to Mexico. And now Indiana's like, we want our money back. But guess whose money it really was? It was the taxpayers' money that he used. See, people don't want to talk about that.
Right, so it was so many L's that happened. Even with the metal, you know, situation with the tariffs and shit, he caused the fucking issue with the metal situation, and then had to come back and use taxpayers' dollars to bail out the metal industry and acting like he saved the metal industry. He created the problem in the first place with his tariffs. So look, that motherfucker was a fucking mess. He did so much shit to hurt the country on so many different levels. That's a whole nother live stream. You know, just on the government level, man, you know, firing people for doing their jobs and all that. That's dangerous shit, man. You know what I mean? You know, where, you know, CIA and career government officials are losing their jobs, or even worse, afraid to do their job because they don't want to piss off, you know what I mean? You know, him and his acolytes. That's dangerous. You know, that's dangerous. And then pissing off our allies. That hurts our pockets.
Sunday. Thank y'all for having me.
Oh, not a problem.
Have a good one, bro. Have a good one.
You too, Alonzo. Be good, boss.
Hey, have a good one too, Jay Sean.
Yeah, man. So let me get out of here, man. Let me hop over here because we keep talking about that orange man forever.
Yeah,
you know, it's just
Saru ended up mocked him already on my panel once. He does a good impersonation of him.
Yeah, man. I just think brothers need to get back to a business mindset, slow things down, simplify your life. First of all, handle your business first. Get your ducks in order. Secondly, start training yourself to have an attitude to at least work with other black men. Stop looking down on other black people. Stop looking. Don't look. How do you look past on Mike V? Why are you looking past on Alonzo? Why are you looking past Jay Sean? You should be doing business with brothers like me. I'm not saying us specifically, but there's other brothers like us out there. You know what I mean? And you should be looking for them. you know, and start doing your things together in clusters where you are locally under the radar. Don't pound your chest about it. Just do the fucking work. You know what I mean? And be smart about your business moves. And then that way y'all can protect each other, especially when it comes down to real estate or business markets and contracts. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a whole different, a lot of things we got to be looking at. And we can't be sitting online worrying about whether bitches want you to have a hairline or not. You know, do they like men who are bald? And you know what I mean, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, do black women like black men with ingrown toenails?
like shit is stupid, man. Anyway, man, y'all be good, man.
Peace,
Right. Yeah, man. Over frivolous stuff. But yeah, they caved AM and he had to put his video on private about that. Yeah. He's been tortured by toxicity enough. Oh, man. But yeah, I gotta see that video again. I mean, that's a good piece about Texas. But yeah, Kylie Jane put it in the chat with the situation with the guy with the gun I said earlier. And yeah, that goes on. That goes on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get off as well. I gotta go record with my counterpart. So
okay.
Yeah. Peace.
All right, peace. Yeah, that's just like anybody that we talked about discussing. We should focus on the real stuff. But you know, like I got some time, but you know, it's 4 hours in. I mean, great discussion we had, and Light Bear, appreciate him coming through. Alonzo, Mike V. He said, "Damn, he popped that dude in the green shirt." Yeah, he did, Jay Sean. Yeah, that's crazy. This is viral on Twitter right now. But yeah, shouts out to Jay Sean, Mike V, and Alonzo coming through, and Light Bear coming through. Yeah, it's a 4 hours and 31 minutes and 6 seconds. If anybody wants to come up or 15 minutes, that's fine. If not, I can shut this down. This has been a good stream on Sunday Madness, the third one. I'll be back on the Sunday Madness number 4 next week, and then I'll do the independent. Yeah, you just watch it. Okay. And I'll come back next week, and then I'll talk about the independent thinking series. I might add that and add some political stuff on the Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're going to do the Thursday talks, and that's it. And that'll be like my back-to-back. So, yeah, just like everything discussed, I'm going to make my little outro here. If anyone wants to come up, that's fine. But for me, we should focus on the real stuff. Like, we can't be crying about, oh, someone's jawline, hairline, whatever line on your body. It's just ridiculous. So after we see the events of the day, it's just like, we here now. We can't be crying about the same frivolous stuff all the time. And like I said, blaming and shaming and explaining is a no-no. I said this early in the stream, and I appreciate everybody coming through. So, you know, I guess no one's not coming up. That's pretty good. But yeah, this is it for my live stream. So I ain't gonna go on too long and hold y'all waiting. I ain't gonna give you no marathon or anything, but I'm gonna shout everybody out. Appreciated who came in here earlier. I'm gonna shout everybody out. And appreciate the shares from the Bishop, Nadia, and who else shared my stuff? Because I know someone else shared my stuff. Hold on. Shouts out to Nadia for sharing, Bishop, and Walt Diddy. Appreciate you for sharing. Engineering, salute to you. DS1, appreciate y'all brothers coming through. Book of Ronan, Team A Game. Lisa Askew, appreciate you coming through. I am listening. Absalon. Yeah, I said the Bishop. Yeah, T Church, appreciate you, bro. Who else came through? Wanji, salute. Cat, appreciate you coming through. Appreciate you. Lightbear on the panel in the chat, appreciate you. He's passing through. Art New Style, appreciate you, man, as always. Y'all check out his channel. He goes live Tuesdays and Fridays. And Supreme Elder, Mr. DJ Music, appreciate you coming through. And like I said before, I say it again. Everybody came through. Nadia, Chaos Hedgie, that's known as Gino, appreciate you coming through. Mike V, always on the panel. Appreciate you, Mace. Who else came through? Engineering Cannabis. Sir Ism. Appreciate you for coming through, man. I want to check out his stream later. DeAndre, All Hell Great Skull. Appreciate you coming by. Simply Neek. Kylie Jane. Who else came through? Kareem. Appreciate you. Antiochus. Who else came through? Dick Thug, Fighter. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Char Willie, appreciate you coming through. Toya the Ultimate Tutorer, appreciate you for stopping by. Yeah. And Gabe A, appreciate y'all for stopping by. So with that, I want to close out. I'm going to say shalom and peace to everybody and have a blessed one. I'm out.